Proletariat. I'm glad you asked that question, dude. What the F is a masterclass? Basically, I'll be working with some CPL students today, going over different Protoss matchups, PvT, PvZ, possibly PvP, and just trying to do an educational stream to basically anyone who wants to improve their StarCraft a bit, primarily Protoss, but I'll try and speak to the other races as well. Strom Carlin's basically putting this on. She pretty much runs CPL, and she's here with me too. So I think she has a couple announcements as well.
Hey guys, I hope that lots of you are here coming from CPL to watch this stream. If you are, please go ahead and give Models a follow and a subscribe if you can. He's very kindly decided to put this this stream together for us for CPL, and he's actually started coaching mid-season for Sammy Inquire. So go ahead and give him a follow. Just as we start all of the CPL official cast, I want to just give some announcements here. We do have another Apocalypse show match tomorrow on Lee's stream. It's going to be at 2 p.m. EDT, and it is another PvZ between two Ash players, Ben Elton and Art of Turtle. So that should be a lot of fun. There's also the CPL match of the week tomorrow at 6 p.m. EDT with Sat Zero. And that's going to be on the Coach Pupil League Twitch channel. So be sure to tune into that and hang out with some CPL folks. We also have another masterclass coming to you guys finally on Zerg on Monday. And that's going to be with Hawk. So that's super exciting. Hawk is a great North American Zerg and a very good coach. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be at 8:30 p.m. EDT. So a little bit late, but we'll make sure the VOD is going to be up on YouTube for you guys later on. If you haven't tuned into either of our previous masterclasses, and you might be thinking, what is a masterclass? Well, this is kind of a series that I have taken initiative to put together. I am a music student, and a masterclass format is something that we use a lot in music. Basically, the idea is that we have a master teacher, and he is able to teach a public lesson for us so that the student gets the chance to have live coaching and live feedback, and then the audience has a chance to critically review a game themselves and base that off of the critical review of a master teacher, as well as learning something from what the teacher tells the student. And it's always a good experience to see somebody be able to improve their play live. So I hope you guys enjoy this process. We're still kind of troubleshooting, problem solving this format. So if you have any suggestions about things that you would like to see in future masterclasses, please let me know on Discord. I'm always open for feedback. You can just DM me and I will try my best to make things better for next time. So this is going to be our third masterclass, and I'm going to hand this over back to Models. I'm sure you guys all know him because this is on his stream, but great North American Protoss player. He was in BSL9 Pro League and participates in a lot of the big North American events. So we're very, very lucky to have him here today, and I'm looking forward to see what he has to teach. Ashen is going to be up first.
Hell yeah. So we're already in the game. It's going to be Ashen versus Father, and I'm going to try and go over a couple things while the game goes on, and then I'm going to do a live coaching thing afterwards with Ashen once the game's over throughout the replay. So yeah, we're going to go into it.
Oh, okay.
Is he still in there? Is he still in the chat? Is he listening?
No, he left. I just wanted to tell him to leave.
Do we know Ashen's general MMR?
Here, I'll plug my mic back in.
Oh yeah, whatever. It doesn't. You don't have to. I'll find it. Someone will type it in the chat.
He's like 1400 to 1500 ish.
Okay.
Ashen was a tier 3 player last CPL season, so he's pretty new. He didn't have really come over from StarCraft 2. I think he played a little bit of RTS before, so he wasn't like brand new like I was when I started, but he's pretty new, and he was tier 3 last season and he's tier 2 this season. Yeah, he's been around. He plays quite a bit. He did that Apocalypse match against Bojack and the coaching session with Tim. So he's pretty active in the community, and he's also helping us build our website.
Sick. I guess I'll set to widescreen because that's probably more easy to watch for the viewers. But even though I prefer to play in pillar box, but that's totally a personal preference thing. Actually, we can see Father's playing in pillar box down here, just on the mini map you can see, and Ashen is playing widescreen up here. But I think for observing, widescreen is just generally better. So this is In the Way of an Eddy, which is a fairly big map with island bases at the 6 o'clock and the 12 o'clock. So it should lead to a decent macro game, but I guess we'll see what these players have in store. I think Father generally plays like... I didn't use... No, F5 changes graphics. Which also can change the screen if you make the crappy graphics, but I just do it in video, pillar box, on or off. Sugo, bro, what questions you got, man? Do you want to join the CPL Protoss Masterclass? It'd be good to have, you know, if you could give back to the community and teach a bit. Yeah, Father can finally run H. No, he prefers the old graphics. I talked about this with Gypsy yesterday. I personally don't love yellow Terran, but he likes it, and that's cool. I like white Terran and blue Terran. Pillar box is a smaller screen, yeah. It's a little bit key lime. I think it's yellow, though. I think it's just yellow. I don't think it's... I could be wrong. Key lime's a nice color, but I don't think he's key lime. But Father generally plays a very macro style, which I think we're going to see 2 SCVs off gas. So planning for that expansion. And Ashen doing 1 gate core. It looks like no Zealot. Dragoon first. No, Albert, I don't think so. But the old graphics will. Because I played on a MacBook when I came back to Remastered, and I definitely, I did basically all of these off. Like, you don't want HD graphics for a shitty laptop. The best color for 23 next is definitely pink. Not magenta like Ashen is. So we have a 3rd pylon indicating more Dragoons before expansion, which I like. A lot of people do 21 next or 23 next, but this will most likely be... Oh, it's going to be a variation of a 23 next, I guess. I thought it would be 28 based on this 3rd pylon, because you can actually get 23 next without doing it, but it's a 23 next with pylon first. So that's one little thing in the build order that could be flipped. But yeah, definitely don't need this. So basically, he could have skipped this, got a Nexus earlier, and then put this here. And that would have been correct. But again, not the end of the world. But losing this Dragoon would be the end of the world. But he doesn't. That's color. Honestly, probably white still. Yeah, the world could have ended. I mean, it's pretty close. This single Dragoon, you could pretty much say it brought on whatever pandemic we're experiencing now. It's close to the end, but it's not quite there. But if it died, it would have been the end of the world. Two-gate can be a very strong build. I love two-gate, man. It's very underutilized. It's, yeah, it's very underutilized. As observers, can you not see... Did I do something? Dude, how do I get this window back? Does something go here? Can I see what this is making? Observers and replays are so backwards, man. No, that's everything. Damn. Can't when it's live. I'm too used to replays. But I think it's just tanks in siege mode. That's what it seemed like. Oh no, he got mines first. So keeping the Protoss a little bit contained, both of them expanding. Free gate into Observer, so probably... I didn't see the exact robo timing, but probably could have gotten it earlier. Still not bad though. It is in his keyboard. Hi Deef. How's it going, dude? So decent saturation at both bases. Could probably send a few more probes here, but not a big deal. And he's gonna go try and take a third. Where'd that observe? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so he expects a mine to be here, but there isn't. So he takes his third off 3 gates and robotics with observers, which is perfectly fine. Father with the 4 SCVs on gas. Nice. He just wants those upgrades extra quick. Now what tech are we going to go behind this? We're taking a third. We can add a Citadel and 3 more gates. Go for like a speed lot timing. We can add a Citadel and go into Arbiters and take the second gas. We can... Well, we could have added a Citadel a little while ago and gone for DT drops. We can throw down Stargates and go carriers. Citadel. Yeah, for some reason Strom Carlin can't both type and speak, but she's happy to jump back and forth, I think. Maybe you can do voice to chat, voice to text. Multitask issue. So +1's done, I think. Yeah, so he's shaping up to start 2-1 timing now on 3 factories. So solid from the Terran so far, and then blocking this base off is really nice too. These are little things that really add up in a game for Protoss, because it can be super frustrating if speed vultures run by right now and go into any of these bases and pick off probes. Sexy cam's off for the day, dude. Tomorrow when I stream me playing, sexy cam's back on. Are the observers still rallied to here? I think they are. So Father's doing a 2-base 2-1 push, which is actually really strong. Normally as well in this you get a dropship, but it doesn't seem like he's doing it. And I would say for sure, I can't see what tech tree he's going down, but this gas is absolutely unnecessary at this point. Third gas in Protoss versus Terran is... You almost can get away the whole game without getting it. But when you want 2 Stargate Arbiter, it does become necessary. Or Templar. But you can actually do, like... I usually take a 4th and 5th base without getting a 3rd gas. So we have Vultures pushing up to lay mines and just deny the Protoss a 4th and see what's going on the map, which I really like. I'm a big Terran advocate of Vultures, man. You can get so much map control and so much vision with Vultures, and if you're lucky, you can pick off workers. So there's absolutely no reason in early to mid game not to have some Vultures on the map running around. So we are going Arbiter. It's a little bit late in my opinion, but still not bad. And we're going to try and take a 4th, I think, as well. Yeah, so clear this out, and then, yeah, go take a fourth. Which, we are aware the Terran's only on 2 base, so it can be a little bit scary to take a fourth. Actually, I'm kind of glad that this is happening, because there's actually quite a bit you can teach with this game that I'll probably save for the replay. Yeah, I'll save it for the replay. But it's actually, you have a few choices as Protoss when you realize the Terran's sitting on 2 bases and doing some kind of aggressive timing push. And although mass gateways is a good response, there's a couple other things, like, yeah. We'll go over it. But Terran is moving out now. And he might get caught off guard by this little flank here. So Protoss has to move back now because these Dragoons are just going to get slaughtered. It's most likely a hotkey didn't move. That's what it looks like it was, at least. But that's very unfortunate. You don't want to lose Dragoons to... You definitely don't want to lose Dragoons to siege tanks. You want to hop in there, force them to siege, and then run away instantly. And keep doing that so that it takes them like a few minutes to get up to here. And by that point, you'll have most likely a 200 army or something like it. Even this, it's a scary engagement. We need a lot more zealots now. But we do have 8 or 9 gateways. Dude, mines are the most overpowered unit in this game. By a landslide, too. Not just like, oh, they're a little bit stronger than most things. They're the most... They're not even a unit. That's what's insane. It's offspring of a unit. Yeah, Jiyun gets it. Dude, okay, imagine... Okay, picture this. Everyone picture this. Let's just picture, for the sake, Protoss is at 100 out of 200, and Terran is at 100 out of 200, and you go into a fight. Let's say there's like a group and a half of Dragoons, and then there's like, 16 Vultures and 8 tanks. Those equal composition armies become... The Terrans becomes 3 times stronger because each of those units becomes 3. It's insane, dude. And then your Dragoons are shooting everything but what they need to shoot. It's nuts. Just picture it. Yeah. You could argue that too in some cases, but that's only when the Terran doesn't make an army. I wonder if Father will join as well. Ah, fuck it, he doesn't care. Okay, so good game, Ashen.
Again, 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, to be fair, all races have their ups and downs, and
Okay, sorry about that.
yeah, no worries, dude. So, yeah, there was a couple... I just want to go over... I mean, overall, you did really good. There's just a few things I wanted to point out. Now,
Alrighty.
One thing, were you expecting Father to do a 3-base 2-1 timing push?
No, I thought he was gonna do a 2-base one.
Okay, so that's good too. So this is good. In terms of the 23 next build order, the only thing you did wrong was put this pylon back here. Oh wait, can you see my screen or no?
I'm in the replay.
Yeah, you just can't see where I'm pointing. But so this third, you don't need this third pylon, is all I'm saying. You actually make the 23 next off of 2 pylons.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because as you'll see here in a second.
If you have a desktop, you can probably stream over Discord and Twitch at the same time.
Yeah, It's not
But
too
if
big
you,
of a deal.
yeah. Just if you want to do that.
I considered it, but it's
Yeah.
probably not too big of a deal. But thank you.
Right.
So Ashen, this third pylon, like, you go up to 23. So this third pylon is actually setting you back 100 minerals that could go to your Nexus. And you actually put down the proper pylon right after as well, so we can actually have proof that it's a total wasted pylon. Because now you throw down this one, which should be the third. Because you're already at 23 out of 33. You do not need this pylon. You're not gonna need a fourth pylon for a little bit. So that pylon that you threw down would be the appropriate third pylon, and then you could be making another Dragoon and a probe right now. Or you wouldn't be able to until it's done. You would be able to make a probe until the pylon's done. Then you can make Dragoons again. And in that time, you can choose to either throw, depending on what you've scouted, you can throw down another gateway, blind, or a quick robotics facility for an observer. Safe would be a second gateway in case if you haven't scouted the Terran and you don't know what they're doing. In this case, you did scout the Terran, so you could just throw down an instant robotics bay after your second Dragoon.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's the only thing with the build order is just that one wasted pylon. It's not a huge thing, but it adds up. Especially if you're doing this build order often, you'll notice that it's better to do it that way.
Yeah, I normally go 28, so this was a little.
Yeah, so putting that pylon, that's why I thought you were going for 28 when I saw that pylon. That would be standard for that for sure.
Okay.
So everything looked really good. I liked the gateway timings. I liked the robotics timing. I like 3-gate obs into third base. I think that's strong. You can both apply pressure and defend anything that the Terran's doing. So yeah, everything's great still. And then moving out to take the fourth once you got your the third base. Sorry, once you got your observer, it's perfect. And then basically I don't have much to mention until like the late game really, or mid to late game if you want to call it that, because everything else was pretty solid. You just macroed up like 3 Dragoons from 3 gates, took a third. Your Citadel could have gone quicker if you were planning to go Arbiter.
Okay. So I think I put it down like 7:30 or so.
Yeah, so even now you could put down the Citadel now and your second gas.
Oh, okay.
And then send this observer. We have an observer somewhere, right?
Yeah, there's one.
Oh, right here. Yeah, so send that instantly to the Terran's main just to see their factory count and what they're kind of up to. Because if it's a 5 fact, you would have a completely different reaction here than if it's what he's doing, which is 2 fact for now with upgrades into like a 2 base push.
Okay.
Intrigue, that's a good question. On this map, it's fine. It's not really... Yeah, in this map, it's fine to take this as a third. If it were down here, maybe not. But this is a fine third. In general, you don't want to expand towards Terran, but this is... it's a very safe third. So yeah, Citadel's a little bit late, and if you did get the second gas though, that's good. You took a third gas, which you actually don't need a third gas, especially against a 2-base Terran. But in general, I was saying you almost never need a third gas until like super late game. Like I don't get a third gas till like maybe 4 or 5 bases.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because that's more for like second Stargate Arbiter or Storm Tech, which is actually another thing I want to bring up. So adding 3 more gates here is perfect. This is good, strong macro. You see that the Terran's on 2 base, so you could actually almost, instead of taking this third gas, I would throw down like 3 more gateways right now. And it's a little bit tricky, but the commonly said and known is that the best reaction to a 2 base all in like this is, instead of going for arbiters like you were planning, is to just get Storm and sort of hold the ground outside of the Terran's base so that they can never leave. So when they try and break out, you storm all their tanks and you attack into it, and you just have a really big ground army. So basically you're going like Gateway Man style as a response to this. Because you when they push out, you won't really have stasis in time. So basically, you just want to have a bigger army that can conquer their push out. If you just kill their army, they can't come back into the game. So just to be a little clearer, just not to take the third gas, it's totally unnecessary. You can still try and tech to Arbiter, but a more practical response would just be getting Storm and making 4 High Templar off 2 gas. You can still take a 4th like you were. That's actually not a bad idea. And then also just throw down as many gateways as you can. You can cut probes a bit because you had really strong macro this game. You made a lot of probes. But at this point in the game, you can kind of cut and just throw down like another 6 gateways.
Okay.
Because essentially your only objective here against the 2 base Terran is the only thing you want to get done is make sure that their army dies when it tries to leave. Because it's going to be a really strong army. So whatever you have to do to get that done, cut probes, put down 12 gateways, whatever you can do. I mean, you're sitting comfy on 3 bases anyway. So that's pretty much the best response. You can still try for Arbiter though, but it comes out late, so you better have like a ton of gateway units if you're going to do that.
And you mentioned I could take that 4th. I moved to do it. I just never actually did.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not necessary that you do. It is an option though. Because you're against 2 base, like sitting on 3 base is fine. The way you played was as if you're playing against a 3 base 2/1 Terran. In which case, your 4th would, if it was a 3 base Terran, your 4th was a little late. But the way you played was sort of like you were against that. But still, like, really strong macro. The engagement, I don't know if a hotkey got left behind right here. When these, this was good, pressuring. Once he sieges, you should just run away. And you did, but this one hotkey of Dragoon stayed.
Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, I wasn't looking at it.
Yeah.
Had no
So
units left.
that's like, yeah, exactly. So that's like game ending just because one hotkey of Dragoons wouldn't run away. You did the right response, though. You tried to run away, and that was proper. And then you kept trying to do the same thing, which is also a really good move. You can attack into the Terran again, force a siege, and then run away. I would have run away again, though. And basically keep running away until they're near your base, and then by that point you should have enough army off 3 base to outplay theirs. But the idea was there. It's just that those Dragoons didn't run.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was wondering what happened. I just didn't see it. All of a sudden I had nothing left.
Yeah, so that's something I actually want to focus on too, is because I see that a lot. And I used to do it. I was like the king of it. I actually didn't really change that habit until maybe like a year ago. Because in my head, I feel like I'm getting so many other things done. If I look away from my army, it's like, oh, I can make probes. I can make more units. I'll have a bigger army. But you actually just need to focus on your army as much as possible. If you watch a player like Bonneth, for example, he macros behind things with hotkeys, but he won't bat an eye from his army until it's definitely safe. Or if he's in an engagement, he'll micro the whole engagement, which I realize is a very appropriate response in these cases. So yeah, just even though you clicked the army to go home, just double check, make sure everything's good with it, and then once it's safe, then you can go macro and do these other things at home.
Gotcha.
I like stressing that because that's something I've been guilty of forever in my StarCraft playing. Is just always like there's so many times where I looked away and then my army's gone and I don't know what happened, and that shouldn't happen as much as possible.
Okay. Let's see. That's something else I wanted to ask about too.
Yeah, we went through this fairly quickly, so we can rewind and do whatever as well.
Okay. Oh, I think I know what it was. It was gate timing. I'm pretty sure I didn't get enough. I think we're at 9 right now.
Yeah. I mean, you could have. So to the left of your Nexus, you have that pylon under it. You could have put 3 more right there.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess 2 more, because I think the third one wouldn't. It doesn't matter. But at least 2 more there. But yeah, gateway count. I don't like getting too much into specifics of things because I don't think they matter as much until you're like 2600 MMR. Basically, put down what you can afford. So you see now that you have 1800 minerals, like you can definitely put down 3 or 4 more gateways. In StarCraft, like it takes a while to get the feeling down of like macro and probe count and stuff, but you can always remind yourself that if you're constantly making probes, sooner than later you'll be able to afford a lot more than you think. That's something I remind myself of. So I'm like, oh, I may not be able to afford it right now. I might be at like 200 minerals, but I'm going to add 3 gateways. I'm going to stop probes and add 3 gateways, which is 450, and then I'll resume. And by the time those gateways are done, if I've been making probes during that, I can now afford to run on those 3 gateways too. I know that's not a very direct way of explaining it, but that's my understanding of it. So basically just look at your minerals and know that you can, if you can afford things, to just purchase them. But yeah, at this point, you have 9 gateways. You could definitely go up to 12. Like I said, it kind of goes back to what I was saying about your only goal with a 2-base Terran is to deny their force that comes out. So their 2-1 push, you want to crush it. So if that takes 16 gateways, who cares? Like that's what you can do. I definitely, it's almost a similar, it's like a different timing of a 5-fact push. So when you see a Terran go 5-fact, you cut all probes, you force down gateways, and you make as many units as you can, because that's the only thing you can do. This is like that, but later in the game, if that makes sense.
Okay.
So yeah, you macro the right amount, but you probably could have cut probes like a minute ago or something, because you can see the probes are all kicking in now, and you have 2,000 minerals, and it's not because you're not making things. You just have too much economy to balance. So that could have gone towards army and gateways.
And then that 4th that we were talking about a minute ago, against this, it's not really too greedy, but
no,
so
it would work better if you did the storms. Like if you skipped Stargate overall and just went into Templar tech, then you could afford a 4th. But if you go Arbiter, yeah, it might be a bit risky.
Gotcha.
But yeah, if you can picture your 4th just finished, and your army is outside the Terran's base like it was. Let's rewind the replay a little bit. So legs are half done. That means Storm could have been, like, if you place down the Templar Archives instantly, Storm could be halfway done now, and your Templar would almost have energy. They'd be out here at your natural, 4 of them. So you could have actually moved down in perfect time. Your army's down here where it should be, holding the Terran in. But you definitely could have, at this point, had 4 Templar in here with Storms. And if you picture just a concave of like 1 group to the right, 1 group at the middle, and 1 group on the left, like literally what you have right now pretty much, with Storms, you would just destroy this army. You would at least throw down 2 Storms here, and then you could run away, and all the tanks would be insanely damaged. And then you could just keep doing the same thing as you move up the map.
Okay.
Storms are super strong response to 2-base Terran.
Yeah,
I would just say, like, generally speaking, just make it a rule until you get comfortable, like, getting an Arbiter out super early. But with the build you did, I think Storms would be the best, because you took your 3rd before Citadel. If it's a 2-base Arbiter build, you can still get the Arbiter out, but what you did was take a 3rd before Citadel, so Storms are really strong there.
Okay. And it was pretty pumped too, so...
Yeah, does that answer it, though? Are you left with any, like, questions or anything? At least in terms of this game?
In terms of this game, not particularly.
One other thing worth noting too, it's not something to necessarily like focus too much on or oh shit, like think too hard about, or But your saturation, it actually is quite important. So you have like 30-ish probes in the main, and you only have like 8 mining at the natural, or 9 mining at the natural, at the third. So you could send like almost a full control group from the main to the third base right now, and you would have stronger income.
Yeah, I think I sent some, but maybe this is after they already arrived. I didn't send enough.
Yeah. So if you get the chance, which you don't always get in games, if they're super high, like fast-paced games, you don't necessarily get to, but if you get the chance to just kind of look, you don't even have to count with your cursor or anything, but just look at each mineral patch, and you can see that there's like way too many in the main. But again, nothing to get hung up about, just worth noting.
Okay.
But I think that's like all the notes I have for this replay.
All right.
But I hope you can find it helpful to picture like a 2-1 timing off 2 base, almost like just a late 5 fact, because it essentially is. Where I don't know how you naturally react to a 5 fact, but I cut especially if I took a third, I'll cut probes and I'll throw down like another 3, 4, 5 gateways. And I might get Citadel with speed depending on how fast they're doing it. But I'm definitely not tacking past speed zealots. Yeah.
And with the 5 fact, do you have time to get the swarm up? Or...
No.
No, okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't go for that. Rarely I'll try and get a DT or 2 out to kind of mess with them, but usually they'll have scans or be placing a million turrets down anyway. So mostly I focus only on minerals. I'll just mine out of 1 gas. I'll try and get Citadel with speed zealots, but other than that, I'm just pumping... So I have my original army of Dragoons, so I'm mainly just pumping speed zealots out of, let's say, 8 to 10 gateways. Just to deny that attack.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Anytime too, if you want to message me and look at a replay, whatever it is, I can usually help out at least a little bit.
All right, yeah, appreciate it.
Now I don't know, is someone else playing now, or
do you guys want to do a live game? You still have about like...
Oh, sure, whatever. Yeah, whatever. So Ashen, if you
we have like about 20 minutes,
yeah,
18 to 20 minutes left if you want with Ashen. I mean, we can move on if you want, but if you want to spend more time with him,
it's
you
up to
are
him.
welcome
Like,
to do
I'm
that.
just trying to think of what might be the best spent time there, because I don't know if like... I know you mentioned like those UMS games where we both kind of play, and that might be cool, but trying to think of what... Ashen, do you have any suggestions of what might help you maybe learn something? Like whether it be me playing and live coaching, or live coaching you playing Father again, something like that.
That would probably be pretty helpful if Father's still available.
I'm sure he is, dude. He's always available.
The roast of Father. Yeah, just I feel like for this, it's like whatever the biggest issue that you are seeing in his play, you can just pick a live teaching method that focuses best on that. So if he's like, I feel like if it's like decision making, I think live coaching is really good.
Yeah.
If it's like some kind of mechanical thing like macro or micro, I feel like team melee or macro micro can be really good for that, because you can do one aspect and they can focus on either the engagement
maybe
or
we could do that too.
Macro. But it depends on what you see as the issue.
The micro just being like to focus on your units more than you think you need to can be super handy. So like letting those Dragoons die, it sucks, but you just gotta focus, like make sure that they don't. And that's, to me, that's still considered micro. It's micromanagement. It's staying on top of the little things. But yeah, if we can do live coaching, I messaged Father. I think that might work well. And then I can still tell you when to sort of focus on certain things, maybe.
Okay. I'm going to remake that.
What MMR opponent are we searching for? Ashton, what MMR are you?
I'm hovering like 1450 to 1550, somewhere in that range. So.
Okay.
So much lower than Father.
Okay, Father's coming. Sick. Father's gonna come rematch. Do you want to do this map again, or do you feel like doing a different map and a different?
Same map's probably good,
Okay.
just to reduce the number of variables.
Okay. Do you want Father to do something similar, or just YOLO it? Because I think a good training, I think it's better to not know what the opponent's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just anything.
Actually, can no, it's fine.
Okay.
I can't see your exact actions, but I can still kind of.
Yeah, you can always like right click on his first person, so you can't see what he's doing with his mouse, but
Yeah. Oh, he can't. I don't care. I just won't look at his base. Yeah,
you can
I'll
just
try
click
not...
on his name in top right, and it'll take off his vision.
Don't worry, guys. My first time playing Brood War. I'll try not to be like... I've never really done live coaching, so I'll try not to be too overbearing. If Ashton's still here.
I am. Hello.
Sick. Are you going to try and opt for the 23 Nexus again?
If I can, yeah.
Okay. I'll just try and make sure you just don't make that third pylon. And if you're more comfortable at 28, go for that as well, but... And now you throw down that second pylon, or that third pylon. And we'll want to throw down a second gateway as soon as we can too, even if it means delaying a Dragoon for a few seconds. Since the tank's out and he might get siege, it might be worthwhile to only leave one Dragoon up there and put the rest at home. See, because if you're not looking and he gets out, even if he sieges, he can actually just kill all your Dragoons, and that sucks. So here your main focus is pumping out Dragoons and making probes and occasionally checking the minimap with your eyes and just making sure that that Dragoon doesn't see anything on the map. Oh, what's that? Is it breaking up? Because I didn't hear you very well either. Can you hear me again? Can you hear me, Ashen? Oh, wow. He's got this. You can hear me now?
Fine. Okay, I think you're back too.
Oh, sick. Okay, so yeah, that's a nice Citadel timing. You can now throw down, based on what you just scouted, you can definitely throw down Stargate. You don't need that fourth gateway. You can do Stargate and Templar Archives. He's only on 2 factories. Basically, you only want to ever have, like, you know, a few more gateways than the Terran has at this point. And you know you're safe. So this is good. And now you can throw down a pylon somewhere, maybe north of your main nexus, or somewhere where you can start throwing down gateways afterwards. Yeah. And just careful of the Dragoons, because they're getting close. Yeah, he's taking a third, but you can let him, like, you're not really going to shut that down. And it looks like he's most likely going for a 3-base 2-1 push this game. So we can, so one rule of thumb, we see his third command center, we saw it down here, and he's probably floating it down now. We can go take a 4th base as well. So wherever you feel like you would, you can do it at this, yeah, wherever you want, really. And you can throw down Arbiter Tribunal as well. Yeah. Nice. In situations like this as well, when you're macroing up and you have too much money to spend, I like to queue like 3 probes at each nexus. And then you don't have to look at them for a little bit.
Okay.
And then now would be a good time to start +1 and Zealot legs. And then start making... you can do one more round of Dragoons, but then only Zealots. Or this is fine, actually. You can go pure Zealots off this, too. And just make sure to start that Arbiter as well. And just put 1 cannon at that 4th base too. And then if you didn't start Stasis, start that research as well.
It's already almost done.
You can probably throw down like 4 pylons in a row or something. Maybe just beside your Stargate so you can put more gateways next to it. And then take an observer out of one of your Dragoon groups and just kind of fly it, you know, towards his big space between his natural and his 3rd. And just leave it there so you know when he moves out. Okay, that's still fine though. Send another one right below the turret range. So maybe just at the bottom, like where the ramp starts. And then you can even make a few more observers if you want to. But your army doesn't have to be up here because he can move out, and the way yours is positioned right now, like, he can surround it pretty easily. Yeah, even just moving back a bit like that is good. And just having it spread out. Now you can even take a 5th base as well. And put down a 2nd forge. And then with all your money, you can throw down gateways as well. You can afford a bunch of gateways right now, so whether they're at your other base or your main, it doesn't necessarily matter too much, but just throw down like 6 gateways right now. So we saw vultures run out. You might want to just, for safeties, put a cannon at your 3rd and at your natural. Just so they can't really do too much annoying activity on the map. And you can cannon your 5th base too in front of it when you get a chance to put a pylon there. Okay, so the Terran's moving out, so you want to regroup maybe near the middle of the map. You can move back a bit. Just keep moving all your hotkeys down. Even go towards your natural. It doesn't really. You can fully regroup. Now he's most likely going to go for your 5th base. So we can line up kind of vertically, like put, don't clump into a ball, but put one hotkey here, etc. Sort of almost down the map. And then send a zealot to the left towards your 5th base and see where his army's at. Okay, so he is attacking you. So move back to the right more. We don't need to engage yet. Once he unsieges again, do the same thing with the vertical line right now if you can. And then once he unsieges, just attack and try and get some stasis off on the tanks. So yeah, you can probably attack down towards your natural now and catch him off guard. He has some sieged up, but it's a pretty good time to engage if you can get some stasis up. You can run your army north. Or reinforce. But now try and double queue like all of your gateways. Mostly zealots, but you can do some dragoons as well. He does have a pretty strong army though. This is how we know Tasagi, though. But yeah, I think so.
Is it worth it at this point to keep going?
No, like at this point it's done because he's in your base, but you still had strong macro after that. And so what I did like, I just want to note this. You can GG if you want. You focus on that attack the way I mentioned earlier, like focus on your army as much as possible. So I like that you did that. In some of those scenarios though, like once you've attacked and your army is just attacking, then you can go home and macro. It's really, it does take experience and a lot of time to realize the difference between the two. It's not something I can just say. But there were times during that big battle, you did great. You stasis the tanks, you stasis a group of Goliaths. That was really well done. And you almost destroyed the whole army. Once those stasises were down and you saw your army was attacking, then you can go home and macro.
Okay.
If that makes sense. Which I think you may have, but I think you may have delayed it. But your reinforcements would have been out a little bit sooner to deny that final push.
Yeah, and I don't think I built out all my gateways either, which probably didn't help any.
Yeah, that makes a difference too, especially if you realize you have your ones at the bottom left as well.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, that was a good game, and like I didn't really need to interject much. You did most of the build by yourself, but you just when you scout those 2 factories, you don't need to put a 4th gate down. Just get your tech up, whatever tech that might be. Like go to Arbiter right then.
Okay.
Because then your arbiter's out way quicker, and then you can always throw down gateways at any point. Yeah, if you watch pro gamers sometimes too, and they get that read, they won't even make units out of their 3 gateways. They'll just tech up, take bases, and then they'll throw down a ton of gateways, and then they'll just make all those units at once. It's like a late influx of units because they know they don't need them early, so they use that money towards a ton of gateways. But you don't have to do that. But I'm just saying, like, you can see how they make decisions based on what they're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, those were good games, and you played well. You played it accordingly.
Thank you.
Yeah, but like I said, anytime you have like a replay you're curious about or curious something went wrong, because I know that happens to everyone, you can just send me a message and we can go over it.
All right, we'll do. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
Yep.
All right, I think we're gonna get Butzelbear in here next.
Dope. GG's Nemu. GG's Avi. Avi, you learning yet? I teach Avi a lot, actually. All the Zerg builds. Avi's one of the more positive thinking people in the Brood War scene.
All right, looks like you got Butzelbear in there.
Yeah, more observers would have been. Yeah, he's in the channel. I don't know who he's playing against or what map, so I'll let him
He's
post
waiting
it.
for JoJo.
Okay. Yeah, one thing I'd like to say, just in general, I've said this a lot in different places, but just to say it here, is that it all depends. Like, MMR isn't too big of a factor in your skill, but if you're the kind of player that doesn't get to play too often and is lacking and tries to ladder and stuff, I sincerely think that one of the best things you can do is find fun games in StarCraft that you can build your mechanics up in. I know Avi loves fastest. I like playing 2v2 games. 3v3 Hunters is another option. But things like that, any public games that you can join just to kind of build and, you know, get into little fights. So for example, like in fastest or Hunters, you'd be making Marine Medic, as a Terran player, you'd be making Marine Medic super quick and then microing that around. So just to build up those chops and then kind of move more into ladder and stuff. BGH, Intrigue's been playing BGH since '98, and he's one of the top players, so it shows.
And
Butzel 1 2 3.
I was born in '98.
Nice. Yeah, but so I just think to focus on the basics of anything. I'm sure you can speak to that if you play violin and stuff like. So I played drums, and like always focusing on the basics was very helpful and what made me better than other people that are always trying to like learn from the top in the world and stuff. I don't think necessarily studying pro gamers and things like that is the best way to go if you're like sub 1800 MMR.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think as far as like I'm pretty new to Brood War and gaming in general, but like you said, I am a violinist. I think one of the main like misconceptions that I see a lot in Brood War as far as learning goes is people who think you can just improve one aspect of your play to like the maximum amount and then just let everything else slide. Like learning is very incremental. So like any type of complex motor skill, especially if it involves like a creative aspect or a mental aspect, you have to kind of target your biggest weakness and then bring that up to the level of everything else and then keep targeting your biggest weakness, and then that way is the fastest way to improve your skill level overall. So 100%. I think that's like the main thing that I see, because I see so many people in Brood War that are like just do this until you're A rank, and I'm like, I mean, I don't really know because I'm not very good at Brood War, but I know that like if I'm playing violin, I can't just work on my intonation until it's like 100% perfect every time. You have to work on everything else, like your main weakness, because
it depends what your goals
can't
are
make
too,
your intonation
right? Like, is your goal getting better or A rank?
Yeah. But it's like when you have all of your other skills, because it's like a complex skill, so everything sits on top of each other as far as skill level goes. It's easy to say when you're a master at something, oh, you just need to improve this to this amount. But when you've been playing something for so long, you don't realize how much one skill actually sits on the basis of having other skills that are good. So it's like you can't understand the one part of the skill at the level you're saying. Even if you're like, oh, I'm not making these decisions, I'm not thinking about this.
Yeah.
It's like thinking about this helps you build up the other skill.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes very much sense. I'm using a lot of words to not be super clear, but
No, I know. I understand what you're saying too. But yeah, and Brood War, like all things, requires time. Like you need to be fairly active. These mechanics, you can lose mechanics. They don't rust away as quick as people like to think they do, but they definitely do go down. So you got to keep up with that, and then on top of that, just having your build orders or your play style kind of down. I don't necessarily advise. Like, I really don't advise most people playing like macro-oriented games, especially at a lower level. But it seems to be what everyone likes to do, so I'm all for helping where I can. But I think that negates a lot of other learning that is required to get to like a higher level.
Right. And there's definitely
it also wastes a little bit of time because like if you keep practicing like a 18-minute build when you could be practicing like a 6-minute build, then the times you get to do that in a day are reduced like by whatever 60%. So it's kind of anti-practice as well, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, I can't really speak to that because I'm like 1,500 MMR at Brood War, but all I can like do is try and compare stuff to Violent.
Yeah, I mean, but that stuff works. Like a lot of things I've like done in my life, I've compared to other things, and it seems to always work out. So
yeah.
Works.
I mean, I know like a fair bit about like learning theory and pedagogy, and I actually took kinesiology motor learning.
Yeah.
At post-secondary, so I know a little bit about like the technical aspect of it and different types of learning and different types of practicing. So I like to like, I mean, that's part of the reason why you see like these kind of coaching events coming out of CPL is because I feel like they're really important in music.
Mm-hmm.
And like just having master classes, and like I see people saying like, oh, it doesn't matter when you're like whatever skill level, you just have to keep practicing. It's like, well, actually, I mean, people start playing violin and they put kids in group classes when they're like 6 years old.
Yeah.
Like it helps right from the beginning. It's like
you definitely have to practice, but you have to at least make sure you're practicing the right things.
Yeah, and like being able to check in and learn more knowledge and then be able to apply that yourself. Like it's just I think it's a lot more of a process than some people realize. And if you're not like really experienced in learning theory, like you can be really good at a skill and not really understand what you're doing. Like I even find this in like very capable violinists. Sometimes I go to teachers for lessons and I'm like, oh yeah, you're a good player, but like I luckily I know enough about taking lessons and interpreting teachers that I can get something out of this lesson, but like you don't actually really know how to teach anyone. Like you know what you're doing, but like you don't know how to teach somebody else how to do something. Yeah.
And that's a good segue into this game, because I'm not going to be able to teach, because this Zerg is doing 4 hash before gas, and honestly, I don't think there is a real response to that. But no, we'll see. I'll definitely help where I can, but honestly, my weak... Like, Crossy always does this to me, because he knows I hate it. Or he'll go 5 hash before gas, which I find insane. But then the Zerg can do whatever they want. So he's putting down a Hydrogen and an Evolution Chamber. It's a very interesting build from the Zerg. So we'll see. But he's got these Zealots in here, which I like. He needed to scout one way or another. Hopefully he goes to the main and sees whether there's a lair or not, though. That's what I would like the most. Although he does see this, and he can assume this is a... He might assume this is a 3rd hatchery, in which case he would expect Hydra regardless. Oh well.
Right. Butzelber, by the way, in case nobody knows him, he's pretty new as well. He came over from StarCraft 2. I think he started playing like at the beginning of the CPL season. And he was like tier 3, 1300 MMR, and now he's like 1650. So he's come a long way in the last couple months. Been practicing a lot.
Nice. That's cool to see StarCraft. Oh no, 2 Citadels, dude. You don't want that. Hopefully he realizes and cancels it. He probably panicked for a second. Because everything else about his build was pretty good. But you definitely don't need 2 Citadels. Is he gonna notice? No. That's okay. He has his Corsair out and he's scouting, and that's important. So he sees no lair. And this JoJo guy's playing whatever that old school Zerg style was called. Saruman? What was it called? Saruman? Sauron Zerg? Sauron Zerg. One of those.
Yeah, it's Sauron Zerg.
I think it's the guy from Lord of the Rings invented it, right?
I don't actually know the history of the name. I just know what it's called.
But yeah, he's playing a super aggressive ground style Zerg. And he has 5 hatcheries up and running. And 3 evolution chambers. So this is... This is hellish to go up against. But we're getting +1, and I don't really know what's spinning at the core, but no matter what it is, I don't think it needs to be done. Probably +1 air. But, well, we'll see where the game goes. Yeah, this guy's from StarCraft 2, so it's actually interesting for me because this Protoss is pretty much how I look in StarCraft 2. But he needs to throw down some more gateways for sure. Oh, which he has. They're just in weird spots, but that's fine. Loses 2 Corsairs sort of for nothing, but yeah, overall that engagement favors the Zerg for sure, but it's not the worst thing ever either. Putting this 3rd cannon up is really smart, and having Storm presumably almost done or done is actually a fine position too. And he's still ahead in supply. Like, this actually isn't too big of a deal. The 3 evolution chambers kind of scare me, but it is what it is. But Zerg's kind of in a position where they can do what they want, which they sort of always are. But you want to try and diminish that as much as possible. That's a good storm. I assume Lurkers will be on the map soon because he has 3 gas, but he also has Queen's Nest. So it could be an array of different things. But he might want to get Hive for the Zergling upgrade. Because, like I said, 3 evolution chambers, like, upgraded Zerglings are so strong against Protoss. But taking a 3rd is actually a pretty nice response here. I like this. And he's putting down gateways as well, so it's actually working out fine. Some more Templar are pretty vital here for storms. And the observer will be done. It looks like he might have to cancel this third, actually. Yeah. Once these lurkers get up there, there's not much he can do. Until his observer's out, which won't be for another little while. Or we need that observatory, dude. There we go. Ooh. I know he wants to get rid of those lurkers, but that was a rough storm. He got most of his own zealots. This stream brought to you by Bubbly, which we already knew, but I like to say it. Keeping these Templars would be pretty big right now. Actually, the fact that he kept this Nexus is pretty insane in my opinion. But that's awesome. These Lings not have speed? Making this many Zerglings without speed is not the best call as a Zerg, but this is where Zerg starts to make you fall apart. They just keep A moving units across the map until you're dead. Typical Zerg. Okay, so we've kind of secured this base, and we're sort of able to macro up now, so this might be okay. And Zerg's 4th just finished, so not a big deal. So this is actually a pretty good spot to be in for a Protoss. A really good spot, actually, if you look at the supplies. Defiler Den is up, though. Whatever, dude. Lurker drop. Annoying as hell. Gotta wait for slow observers to get there. They only got 5 probes though, so not a big deal. Thanks, Time God, dude. I'll see you in Russia, dude. So this is a good time to move out, although we are aware that Zerg has drops. But we have a pretty sizable army, and we have our Templar. Oh, we have all this. Oh, this cannon, dude. This cannon's blocking all these Dragoons from getting out. So here you can either build a pylon here and kill this, or just kill the cannon. But this is very unfortunate. Although it's serving in our favor because the Lurker drop just got annihilated from it. Very frustrating to be in the scenarios where you have to be everywhere on the map at once, but doing a pretty good job of multitasking. Forcing the Zerg to actually have to multitask more, even though this is here. Dude, don't talk about me and music. You have no clue what I think. I do not think that. We definitely... Yeah, the Zerg's dead at this point. Protoss has too much on the map. These probes do need to go somewhere, though. So either think about taking a fourth, or... Yeah, Archons would be nice if he's doing a lot of lings, which he probably is. But honestly, the Zerg can't really come back from this. They have this and they have this, but that's nothing. It's minerals, but they can't really produce units.
I think Butzelbear might be in the wrong tier.
Be in the what?
I think he might be in the wrong tier. Because JoJo's tier and Butzelbear's tier 2.
Oh, really?
Currently, yeah.
Well, JoJo did the weirdest build ever, but Butzelbear had a pretty strong reaction to it. You can tell he plays StarCraft 2, though, by his building placement. I love it. He doesn't care where things go. That's cool, though. I mean, I don't really, to be honest. Yeah, I guess there's things we could focus on. Building placement actually is pretty important in Brood War, so maybe I'll go over that with him.
Yeah, you can maybe take him on single player and, like, I don't know if you have, like, rules for SimCity or something.
Not necessarily, but even just, like, I mean, how can you macro this efficiently? You have to, like, move screens to do so.
Right, right. I can also... Here, let me see if Olin's around.
This is that infamous CPL GG timing, though. Wait, is it CPL GG timing? Something GG timing. There we go. But I guess, to be fair, it's hard to tell when you've truly lost a game. I like, that makes sense.
I mean, there's CPL GG timing and there's Father GG timing, right? Which one's better?
No, I definitely prefer. I prefer CP. Yeah, if you're gonna choose one of the two, definitely take CPL GG timing, because GGing late is better than GGing early, and it's actually good to like play it out quick and like see what's up. Gotta find this dude in Discord.
I messaged him. I DM'd him.
Okay. To invite him here?
Well, he's in the group. I just don't know what he's.
Is he? I don't see him in here.
Wait, did he leave? One sec.
Yeah, no worries.
I
The
think
Wind. I never knew him. What's that?
I think he might just not be in the channel. There we go.
There we go.
Sorry.
Okay, sick.
Hello.
What's up, dude?
He didn't hear my friend request until after I made the channel, so I missed him.
No worries. So we'll hop into the game. It was the Zerg did a weird build, a fairly uncommon build, but it's still something you might go up against, so it's still good to learn from. You reacted really well, except for, we'll get to it, but so I like this is a good pylon placement for your natural. I want to see one other thing to note, like it's actually worth doing probably most of the time, is this probe that just made this forge. It can actually go scout in the other direction. It can go scout the bottom left. Just, it's good to do if your opponent's going for like a 9 pool speed or like something cheesier like 5 pool or something, because you can scout it in time to defend against it. Whereas if you do a single probe scout in PvZ, you may not find it in time.
Okay, so the double probe scout is always worth it, you'd say.
I think so.
Okay, good to know. Good to
Maybe
know.
unless you know who your opponent is and you know they never cheese or something, and then sure, don't do it. But I think it's worth it.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, not a big deal. I mean, if you do find it, if you never die to 5 pools and 9 pools and stuff, then don't even worry about it. It's just worth mentioning. You'll see a lot of people do that, and I usually, if I go for 11 forge, I usually do that.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
But
yes, stuff like 5
so
pool,
another thing
doesn't...
too, actually, if you did do that scout, you wouldn't have to guess what the Zerg is doing right now, and generally speaking, you want to do 13 next and then 13 cannon.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, you don't want to get a cannon first, and you actually would have known that if you sent this probe down.
Okay.
So little thing, but it makes a difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Against Hedge first, I can maybe even go Gateway first before Cannon, and that would, of course, be very good.
Probably not if he... Did he... Yeah.
Did he overpool? Oh.
I think he overpulled. But yeah,
Okay.
But if you did scout like a 12 hatch or something, then exactly, yeah, you could.
Yeah.
So this is all good. I mean, really, this game, the main thing I want to focus on with you, because that I think would benefit you greatly, is just building placements. So like,
yeah,
it seems like it's not a big deal, and it's not the worst thing, but it really helps things go along quicker if you do. You can still like add your flair to it and do it your way, but just if you can keep all your gateways in a screen, things like that, like you can be a little bit more free with your tech buildings, but trying to keep all your gateways like in this big spot of your base is super helpful for when you return home to macro stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
that makes sense.
And the fact that that's the main takeaway is like, that's not too big of a deal. So the game was pretty well played. The only other thing I'd say is, which we'll see soon, because all this is good. This is proper macro setup, proper tech. It's a bit of a quick +1, but that's not a big deal. That's fine. That's more of a +1 timing if you're going Citadel before Stargate.
Yeah, I like the Citadel build a lot, but so even when I go Stargate, I always get my +1 for melee first. Not sure why. Kind of made a habit out of it.
Sure. You could get it now, though. Like, now would be a proper time for it to line up with speed. But that's fine. So this is what... Okay. These Zealots attacking is a good call. You get to see what's going on. He doesn't have enough to defend. You see this hatchery here. You don't know if it's his third or his fourth hatchery. Because you don't know if he did what he did, took another base and then added a fourth hatchery, or if he just put his third here. So even though you're killing drones, this is great, and still do this. But when Lings come, I would try and run into his main. You always want to see what the Zerg is up to. So instead of at this point with your little fight, I would run into his main with that last zealot and just try and get a scout off.
Okay, so basically suicide him for the scout, so
yeah,
I
exactly.
always know what he's doing.
Or
Exactly.
he can even he might not even die. You can probably hold position him behind the minerals and just be annoying. But or suicide him for the scout. Either way, you just want to know what the Zerg's up to. You would see the Hydra den here and you would know that it's just Hydras. There's no lair or anything. So with that knowledge, which you don't have yet, but if you did have that, I would say in this kind of scenario, you definitely don't need +1 air weapons, and you only need the 1 Corsair to scout. Because the main thing Corsairs are for is the threat of Mutalisks. And you'll see now that there's no lair. And he's definitely not interested in Mutalisks because he actually puts down like 3 evolution chambers. You know he's never going to get air. So getting +1 weapons, +1 air and more Corsairs isn't necessary at all. Especially when you see that evolution chamber there, that second one. This guy's never going to make a Spire.
Ah, okay. So basically just use 1 Corsair as a scouting tool.
Yeah, use it to scout, and then you don't have to worry about getting any air stuff anymore.
Okay.
And then, yeah, what I would like to see... You accidentally made a second Citadel, which is whatever.
Yeah.
Everyone makes those mistakes. But I would like to see just another pylon, like, below those. And then you can put all your gateways there. Just because your gateway placement, it's hard to quickly go through all those.
Yeah, absolutely. I just throw them down where there's place for them, and later when I have to macro, I always regret it. But in the heat of the moment, I mostly forget to organize them a little bit better.
Yeah. So those are the main takeaways from this game as a whole. Is the Corsair thing? You really only need 1 because you're not going to get any damage done. You might get an Overlord or 2, but it's really not worth it. And then just the gateway placement. It might seem insignificant, but it definitely makes a difference in the long run.
Especially because a lot of my units get stuck sometimes in weird places where they can't get out.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I
saw
have to kill a building.
Yeah, exactly. So just try and make that as clean as you can. It takes a little bit of work for sure. It's like a habit building thing, but it's something I think you should focus on a bit.
Okay.
Just someone in the chat saying you saw 2 gas, so you could think it's me. You still can't. There's not even a lair.
Yeah, lair's just starting, or just
so
just
they definitely can't have
finishing.
mutas.
Yeah.
And with 3 evolution chambers, like they can't have any gas. So yeah, and you see him going up to 6 hatcheries, so you know it's gonna like at this point you should know no matter what. It's very aggressive ground army, Ling Hydra. Just big army. So the best thing for you to do in response is pretty much what you did. You could have even done it earlier, but you didn't have to go for a speed lot timing versus this because it's not going to do much. He's going to have units out. But what you could do is get Templar tech as fast as you can, which you still did at a really good time. You still had storms when his Hydras came up to your natural, but I think most Zergs in this situation would have it a little bit quicker. So the idea being that you're like, okay, the Zerg's committing to this big army. I'm just going to get some tech up. I'm going to get like 1 or 2 gateways and have Templars with Storm. And I'm just going to keep making probes. And then I'm going to throw down 6 more gateways and I'll build an army in 2 seconds. Sort of just a thought pattern that you're kind of going through. But you responded correctly as well. So this all worked out well. But Templars are super important versus this.
Yeah, I even think I could have my Templars a little bit earlier out if I didn't build two Citadels.
Yeah.
I think one of them should have been the Templar Archive.
Yeah, all good. It happens. But yeah, see, these gateways being separate, I mean, we've already gone over this and you've already said, you know, but it's just, you can tell they're like almost a screen apart.
Yeah.
So it's difficult. But I mean, honestly, you played the rest of the game really well. You built up your army, attacked at the right times, and you didn't let the lurker drops really annoy you that much. You just kind of kept a couple dragoons there. Even though I noticed a few were by accident because they literally couldn't get out of your base because it's one cannon.
Ah, okay, that explains it why they didn't move. I think I had them in a hotkey group, but
yeah, I could see them trying to go, but they were stuck because of that one cannon beside the gateway. So in this position, you either have to kill that cannon or kill the pylon and rebuild the pylon nearby. But yeah, this is super solid macro. Taking the third here is a good response, and then throwing down gateways at the same time. Like, this looks really good. Getting your robotics for observers. I'm amazed that this Nexus survived because he had lurkers and you didn't have observer, but all good.
Yeah, me too. I thought I would lose my third base when he came up with lurkers, but I got a bit lucky.
Yeah,
I think.
So that worked out well. Yeah, like, how did this Nexus not die? Oh, whatever. Oh, I see. That other lurker got taken out too. Yeah, it all worked out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the cannon saved my Nexus a little bit. So the lurker that was in the mineral line couldn't attack anymore.
Yeah.
Because it died.
Yeah, and making sure you're... I know you were kind of all over the place here. You can get pretty... But just making sure the observer's there. Obviously, with the lurkers. It has to move down. Because that one lurker is taking so many shots on your units just because that observer's on the Nexus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
So just making sure... like, that lurker has gotten, like... It's gotten 12 kills just because the observer's out of range.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. You're preoccupied and it's fine. You had to put your attention elsewhere. But just maybe make sure it goes right to the ramp, the observer with the army. But it's fine. Like I said, you paid attention to the most important things going on in the game, so that's the best you can ask for. So yeah, it's a good time to regroup your army, and you know you can move out for an attack because he spent so many resources on not doing so much damage. These lurker drops are annoying. Definitely just put a like once you see the first one, just put 1 or 2 cannons in your mineral line.
Yeah, definitely. I should have done that. I think in my natural I wasn't mining for maybe 5 minutes or something like that because of that lurker drop. And
yeah,
then I
this
forgot
one
to.
too. Or the next one. It's the next one that stays there a long time. But especially because you know the Zerg has drops, just put a couple cannons in each mineral line, even in your main, because they can do annoying stuff like drop, you know, 16 Zerglings in your main, and they just like take down the Templar Archives, things like that. So just have a couple cannons up for defense.
Mm-hmm.
They can't commit to like a huge drop at this point, but they can definitely do sneaky, annoying stuff. But yeah, you have, at this point, like, there's no real hope for the Zerg to come back. Well, maybe not at this point, but in a few seconds. Because you had strong macro this game. It's like you had 8 gateways always making units. That's good. Even with this third base, you could actually throw down a couple more gateways.
Okay, yeah, I like to queue up sometimes 2 units at a time, so I can micro a little bit more at the front.
Yeah, man, that works. I actually recommend that for a lot of people. Like, it's a really strong thing to do. If you have the minerals, I try and say this a lot, like if you have the minerals, just spend them. And you do in that case. You're keeping your minerals low by double queuing, and that's great. Like, that works. And then you can focus a lot of your management on just microing. So I like that actually a lot. But yeah, that's it for the Zerg. And taking a
Yeah,
fourth
at this
here,
point.
that's a good response behind this. The only other thing, like, not a big deal at all, but throwing down the second forge at some point, like while you're taking your third, basically, is usually a good idea to start double upgrades.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have never tried double fortune PVZ, but I'll give it a try. That sounds
Yeah,
interesting.
it's very common. Like I throw it down, in time so that like as my +1 finishes, I start +2 and +1 armor at the same time.
Ah, okay.
But you don't have to throw it down that early. But I definitely recommend throwing it down by the time you take a third, in a game like this.
Okay.
Yeah. But that's again not a big deal at all. Just something to think about. But this game was played really well. I don't know if you want to play another PvZ and then go over that, or what kind of exercise you want to do. I think for the most part you got it down. So maybe I could coach you through a PvZ.
I did ask Intrigue like
Yep.
10 minutes ago if he would play a game, and he said yes. I'm not sure if he's still here.
Intrigue's
He
always
was in the
around too, dude.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? He's probably playing Valorant.
Or
Oh,
yeah,
he's there. He's there.
He's in the chat. Yeah, he says he'll play.
So yeah, maybe I'll just coach you against Intrigue.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, or if you have like, I don't know, you said building placement. I don't know.
We can work on that. I'll try and just remind him in game though.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
yeah.
think he's aware. It's just more of doing it. It's easy to
Right,
panic
right.
and throw stuff down quickly, but to have a little bit of a guideline to it, it can be super helpful. And
Yeah,
then
I
you
think
just
I
get
should.
used to doing that over and over too, and then it becomes second nature.
Yeah, I think I should just remember to put one pylon at a place in my main where I can put all the gateways all around, because often I don't simply have the space to have that many gateways in one place,
Yeah.
because I clump up all my pylons at one place because I just want to build them very fast because I'm almost supply blocked.
Yeah.
And,
Totally. We'll
that's
go over
something I have
that.
to work on,
Usually after my Stargate, I make sure to put a pylon underneath. So that's just like for me, like that's my reminder. But do you just want to do Fighting Spirit again?
Yeah, sure.
So if you come to models/1.
Okay, yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'll just make sure Intrigue's ready too. All right. I'll try and not talk too much, but just if I have something to interject, I'll try and say it, because I know it's a little frustrating to try and play and have someone talking in your ear at the same time.
Okay.
And do you always do Forge first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't feel like I can play Gateway Expand really good.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, yeah.
That's fine. It's something it's worth like working on in the future, but definitely stick to what your strengths are for now. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so now we can send that other probe home to mine. And continue scouting. But now you know it looks like hatchery first, right? So now you know you can definitely put your Nexus before cannon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you can even do gateway before, like you mentioned last time. And then start a probe as soon as you can. I would actually make 2 probes. I would do 15 gateway. And then 15 cannon as well.
Okay.
Just because so we see he's going to take a third there. I would have actually just kept that scouting probe in his main. The third doesn't really matter. We know he's taking it at 3 o'clock now. We saw the drone go down there. Just to see like how many links pop out, when his gas goes up, things like that. So he only made 2 links, so we're not really scared of anything. You can put a pylon down in your... Yep, cool. I would just bring that probe home and send a new one out. Like, just make it mine and your main minerals, and then send a new one to scout, like, near his third and then up.
Okay.
Just because it's so bruised, it doesn't really... It's dead in, like, 2 hits, so... and then put a cybernetics cord. Did you make a zealot, or no?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I would cancel that and put a cybernetics cord as quick as you can. And then you can make a zealot right after. And we can probably just rally that zealot right to his third base, because we saw that he only had 2 zerglings up and we just killed one of them. Okay, he's got a few more now, but he's going to deny this scout.
Oh, damn.
That's okay. So we don't know 100% what he's doing. I would send that zealot to his third still, just to kind of get an idea. You can always, you don't have to fight the lings. You can go behind the mineral patches and hold position. It's pretty annoying for the Zerg. And then at home right now, you can throw down a Stargate and your second gas. And then once you can afford it, a Citadel as well. And now focus on that Zealot because it's almost there. And try to see... Okay. So it's weird that he's saving up larva, and it's weird that there's only 1 drone mining. Well, not necessarily. So now I would go behind the mineral patches and hold position. And then you can focus at home, yeah. We still don't know if it's Hydras, so it's a little bit scary. Definitely make a Corsair as quick as you can.
Yeah, so supply blocked.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a trick. Honestly, that's one of the trickiest points in PvZ is getting supply blocked at that very point. Throw down a... Okay, you did. Perfect. And maybe even just because we can, send out a probe. Just send it straight to his main. Just for that extra intel right now, because we don't really know what he's doing. I don't think he's going Hydras because there's no Overlord there, but it's hard to say. Nice. And then, yeah, send that Corsair right to his main. You can actually run home with that probe in mind if you want. So it looks like it's going to be 5 Hatch Hydra because he has Overlord speed done too. So I would get your Templar Archives up as quick as you can, which you already are, and I would just keep flying that Corsair around with as much as you can focus on it. See what's coming out of those larvae. If it's drones or Hydralisks. So we see a lot more Hydras coming out. I'll try and keep an eye on it for you. And then what? So once the research Storm as soon as you can, and make 2 High Templars as soon as you can as well. And then put down a 4th cannon because it looks like he's making a lot of Hydralisks off of this. Yeah, he's only been making Hydralisks, maybe even a 5th cannon. And yeah, you don't need more Corsairs at this point. He never even made a Spire.
Ah, okay, yeah.
How far is Storm done from being done?
About half.
Okay. Yeah, we're good. So now just keep making probes, macro up, and then yeah, this is looking good. 4 gateways. Throw a couple pylons down. So now he's droning up because he saw that you defended against what he was going to try and attack. So this is good. This is a fine position to be in. Pay attention to the Corsairs, though. Because you don't want them to die. Send it to the bottom right and see if you took a 4th. Basically what you want to see now is his 4th timing. Uh-oh, you got units randomly on the map, too. So put all your units back in your base. You don't really need to move out right now or do anything. Throw down like 3 more gateways. Actually, just make 2 more High Templar and then just make Dragoons after that.
Alright.
Is that Dragoon range you're getting as well?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can feel happy just sitting right now. You don't really need to do anything. And then, if you can send your Corsair to his main base without running into any Hydralisks, just to see if we have a Spire up or not. He does have a Spire, but doesn't look like he's gonna make mutas anytime soon. Make 1 more round of like 8 Dragoons or whatever, however many gateways you have, and then we'll go for an attack. if you get a chance to start hotkeying this all up now, that's a good time to do it too. And you can even start moving out now, so that because your units are going to take forever to get through this wall. And then basically you can start marching across the map once you observers with the army. Oh, yeah, because he has lurkers out. So this is fine. Just move back a bit. So one thing I like to do here, this is what I would do. So grab all your hotkeys and go up towards your third. And actually bring a probe there as well, because you're going to expand behind this. Basically, we're going to fake... Oh, he's got all this stuff here. So wait till the observer gets there. You're going to want to break up into that.
Oh, damn.
That's okay. Just make sure all your units are back, not dying to lurkers.
Yeah, that's true.
Oftentimes, I just use hold position. So, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1H, 2H, 3H, 4H, and they just all hold position. I would go the route of your third with this observer. Or if you just want to try and break out, you can go for that as well. But just at this point, just you got the observer.
Damn. Okay, that didn't work as well as I hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, it was fine. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad micro or anything. It's just intrigue. He has a lot of units right now. He had a chance to drone up a bit much. But now that we don't have Templar, we have to wait a little bit, which is unfortunate. But we can try and go to your third and just see what's up there. He's just trying to pick off observers and Templar. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, don't necessarily commit to this.
Okay. Yeah, that's too much.
Yeah.
Oh, made a high Dark Templar.
Just based on this Templar count, we're kind of screwed here.
Yeah.
It is way too many lurkers for us to ever bust through.
And a bit starved on gas.
Yeah.
Should I try to go for the third again, or try to bust out?
I would just try and bust out this one last time. but we'll need an observer.
Oh, I lost him again. Oh, he's really good at sniping these.
Yeah, he keeps popping in. In PvZ, I just generally always queue observers. If you find an opponent is particularly good at sniping them or something, you can get the observer range upgrade, and you can actually keep it further back.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah. So
Yeah, no, I think he has just enough to run me over.
He definitely does at this point. He's on 5 bases at least. But yeah, I mean, we can go over some pretty handy things in this game. Intrigue's a pretty high-level MMR player. Like, it's not a bad thing to lose him. He's like 2100 or something.
Oh, okay.
It's not a bad. It's not a bad thing to lose.
Okay.
But it's still a good exercise, I think. We'll just go over the replay quickly because in general, you have played a lot better than you did game 1 in terms of at least the things I mentioned, which was gateway placement. That was really nice. And yeah, so just models /1.
Okay.
No, those Dragoons had range. One thing to focus on there in those late battles that we saw is High Templar is super important to storm with, obviously, in those fights, and that's what you're using most of your APM doing, but it takes like one click, but you need to do it. You have to pull that observer back, like, because if you 1A, 2A, 3A, like, out past the Zerg army, the observer's just going to fly that way. So you need to either hotkey it separately or pull it back instantly so that it floats above your army.
Yeah, absolutely. I got it sniped way too often in this game.
It's super important to not let it just fly. This was all good. I'm glad we scouted. I'm glad it was 12 hatch, so we got to put Nexus first. And then Gateway. Yeah, you want to get your tech up as soon as possible so that you can get that Corsair out to fly across and see what's up. Even if you're sacrificing that first Zealot, because that first Zealot really isn't going to do much anyway. He can make 4 Zerglings in like an instant.
Okay, so 21, basically I should throw down my cybernetics core. No
Yeah,
what.
actually, one other small thing to note. I meant to say this in game, but I didn't want to be too annoying. You did gas before pylon. Generally, you do pylon before gas.
Ah, okay. I didn't know that. That's good to know.
A pylon in your main, like now-ish, or right after the cannon, a pylon in your main, and then gas instantly after.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically just the other way around.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And then, yeah, Cybernetics Core once... usually would go up once the gateway's finished, but it could be slightly after. Depending on how much money you have at the moment. And then... Okay. Yeah, I should have reminded you to put a pylon here. This is the one tricky area where it's common to forget a pylon. But still really well done. But yeah, if you think Stargate, every time I think Stargate, I think of putting a pylon down right after I put the Stargate down. That helps me personally not get side blocked at that point. So Stargate and then next building pylon. And then you can resume to whatever you were doing, like Citadel, etc. Yeah. That was my bad. I should have reminded you, but it didn't cross my mind. So you made a second Corsair here. You really didn't need to. You scouted. You saw a lair, but you didn't see a Spire.
Mm-hmm.
So this Corsair could have been, gas towards Storm and minerals towards Gateway or Cannon. So it's pretty useless to have a second Corsair. I basically
Yeah.
have a rule of thumb for myself anyway. Like I make Corsairs if I see a Spire. If not, just stick on the one and use it to scout. And you did a really good job scouting here. Just seeing that, like us seeing that those Hydra, it takes a lot of APM and effort from our end, but seeing that there's only Hydras coming out, that's super important because you see him throw Zergling in now. He sees that you're prepared for it. That's the only reason he doesn't attack. If you only had 2 cannons, he would have killed you. See, he tossed that Zergling in, but if we were still on 2 cannons, he just would have A moved in. And he had
probably.
speed overlords early, which was fairly telling. You know that DTs aren't going to save you. But yeah, so then he just decides to drone up, which is a good response from him as well.
So when I scouted,
So this
that
was
he's-
also, I meant to tell you, but it was already in the moment. This move out was unnecessary as well. A lot of times on PvZ, I've only seen your one game and this one, but you took your third pretty early on the last game, which made sense in the context. But generally speaking, like the most common build for PvZ would be 8 gates and getting a 2-1 upgrade. So
okay.
on 2 base.
Okay. Because I like to take my third kinda early or go for an attack with +2.
Yeah. The attack with +2 is fine. Taking a third relatively early is super... it's risky.
Okay.
Because if you went to take a third right now and he did, like his Spire's almost done, and he did just show up with 9 meterless, he would snipe all your Templars and shut down the third. So it just becomes risky to take an early third. So this position is fine to be in, and you're in a good spot. This is a round where I told you to throw down 3 more gateways. So throwing down 3 more gateways for a total of 8, and then also that second forge, and then 2 to 1 lines up pretty well. And then you can move out with a 2 to 1 timing attack. Sort of like how a Terran would against Protoss.
Okay.
I don't
okay.
want to
Yeah.
I don't want to force you to move on, but you should probably move to the next player.
Already?
Not soon-ish. Otherwise, you're gonna run over overtime.
I don't care about that though. We'll just go over this.
Well, okay. I just want to let you know.
As long as they can wait a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't think he's going anywhere.
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, so moving out here is risky because you never, even though we did do a lot of proactive scouting, you still never know. Hydras can pop in, which they do here, and pick off 2 Templar, which is actually quite vital. So yeah, moving out here, there's no need to. I know you feel like you need to, and you feel like you need a third and stuff, but you truly don't.
Here I fucked my hotkeys a little bit up. I thought on 2 I still had my Corsairs, but there were already these units, and then they went there.
But then he gets these 2 as well. Like strong Zergs will do this. They'll just jump around and snipe Templar.
Oh yeah, he gets so many of them.
He almost got this 3rd one, but I don't think he does. But yeah, so if those were just behind the cannon still, you would have been fine. You can move out with Zealots. I meant to mention that. So you could just keep the Templars safe. Move out with Speed Zealots, kind of same thing you did with the Corsairs. See what's going on. You could jump into his 3rd base if he has defense, leave. You can see that he's making lurkers, things like that. You don't have to do damage though. In your head, you probably feel like you need to do damage at this point, but you really don't. So yeah, you're throwing down these gateways. You could have thrown down a 2nd forge as well. I know I could have said it, but I just kind of wanted to let you play it out a bit. But this is also a good time for the 2nd forge. All on 2 bases. And then you just get like 1.5 groups of Dragoons, let's say, and then with the Observer, and then you can usually safely move out. He did a pretty strong contain here. What I was trying to say, it didn't work out exactly, would have been going up to your 3rd, faking, like killing whatever he had there. He only had like 2 lurkers or something, but unfortunately we lost the Observer. But you easily could have taken this high ground. Faking that you're going to go down your ramp and attack out of your 3rd, you know what I mean? Like attack onto the map from your 3rd, but then actually just retreating, taking your 3rd, and then attacking through your natural again. Because he would have to move all his lurkers up there, and then he would have to move them all back, so he'd be kind of out of position.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Stuff like that can mess up Zerg really easily. It's very easy for you because you're just moving hotkeys around, but they have to burrow, make sure everything's separate. Like they have to do quite a bit of work to take a new position there.
Okay.
I think that could have worked decent, but unfortunately our observer got sniped and then he got too many lurkers on the high ground. And he got a pretty solid contain down.
Yeah, and he blocked the ramp again and again with his with the lurker egg.
Yeah, he kept
I'm
doing
not
that
sure
too.
what I'm
It's very
supposed to do
annoying.
there.
Not much. Wait for it. You could storm it, but that's frustrating too. Yeah. It's a very annoying scenario to be in. This is the kind of scenario where it's so important to try and keep your army in the right how should I put it? Just sort of in the right areas, so you can keep dragoons near the front. Like zealots really don't matter at this point; they can just stay back. You can keep your dragoons up here shooting these hydras that keep running in, and you can keep high templars behind them so that you can throw down a storm when you need to. Zealots can just sit back for now until you need them, until you're doing a full-fledged attack. But you can use dragoon and high templar to sort of slowly get out of this contain.
Okay.
Yeah. Easier said than done, but you just throw your zealots aside, don't even hotkey them, and have like dragoons on 1 and high templars on 2 or something, and then just kind of try and slowly fight your way out of here. Because the Zerg wins it easily when you just 1A, 2A, 3A, 4A out. Lurkers do too much damage.
Yeah, especially when I cross these bridges, my units are so clumped.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
difficult. Yeah.
But otherwise, like, what really well played. Like I said, Intrigue's a pretty high level player, so it's not. It's expected that you wouldn't win this game. Like he's A rank for sure. I don't know his MLR,
Yeah.
but so yeah, you played really well. And honestly, there was a couple like you almost had a couple of these engagements, which was really good. So yeah, it was good.
Okay. Great.
Cool, man.
Thanks a lot for all the information.
Yeah, no worries. Intrigue is a scum, dude. Don't do a lurker contain. No, that happened. That it's actually good that he did all that. That's a very common situation.
Yeah, it happens on ladder from time to time.
Yeah,
Definitely.
and it's the most frustrating, so it's good to practice. I think Strom knows. I think someone else I'm helping now.
Yeah, we have Warp Gates is gonna play crazy.
Sick. Butzelbear, anytime, man. If you
Alright.
wanna, if you got like a replay you're confused about, whatever the case might be, just message me on Discord. I'll try and help where I can.
Yeah, thanks a lot for all the tips, and bye.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Take care.
All right.
I think I need water.
Yeah. You go get water. Warp Gates is gonna host the game.
Okay,
I
I'll be
can
right back.
just
2 seconds. I'm gonna do my sick BRB screen so you don't have to talk. Don't worry.
I can talk if you want. I'll just say like what's going on for CPL or something.
Okay, you're gonna talk over the be right back screen. I'm gonna mute the song. Sick. All right, be right back.
All right. Just for any of you guys who are here from CPL, be sure that you guys give Models a follow. It's very, very nice of him to be here doing this masterclass for CPL. So we want to be sure to tune into his stream in the future and support him. Oh yeah, and we have Return asking what do we have this week on CPL. Of course, you guys should all check out the Google Calendar for CPL. It is pinned to the general channel in the CPL Discord, but I can let you know that tomorrow we actually have 2 casts. One of them is an Apocalypse match, PVZ, so that's going to be on Lee's stream, and it'll be myself and Lee's casting and Warpgates doing the production and observing. And that's Ben Elton up against Art of Turtle. So both of them are on Ash, so it's an inter-clan battle, but they kind of set this one up themselves. Art of Turtle really wants to play Ben Elton, so I'm excited. I feel like it's almost a grudge match. Oh, and Warpgate says he's casting some tier 2 games tonight, so that'll be on his stream. We also have tomorrow the match of the week with Sat Zero. So that is going to be at 6 p.m. EDT. The Apocalypse match, by the way, is 2 p.m. EDT. and the match of the week is 6 p.m. EDT. That's with Sat Zero, and normally he casts that with Nablime, sometimes with somebody else. But those are like highlighted matches from the actual CPL League matches. So you can tune into the Coach Pupil League Twitch to find that. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's a great place to kind of hang out with the CPL community. We also have a masterclass with Hawk coming up on Monday. And so that's the 25th, and it's going to be at 8:30 p.m. EDT. So it is a little bit late. Which here's only a match of the week. I actually don't know what he has planned. It's probably just like a selection of games. Usually they like go through the replays and pick like 2-1 series. Oh, Warpgates knows. Operation Indecision up against Saming Fire, I guess. I don't keep super updated with the casting stuff because I'm mostly working on like the teams and the tiers. Yeah, I don't know about match of the week either. Sometimes Sad Zero posts in advance, and sometimes he just kind of does it. So, but that's always a lot of fun, and it's always they do pick like good games. For that, like whatever games have been close, they pick that, and it's usually Sad Zero casted with Nablime, so they're a great casting duo. You should definitely tune into that and hang out with the CPL family on Twitch. And yeah, the Hawk Masterclass on Monday is going to be really good as well. I believe we have Return is going to be playing alongside DM Keen. We'll be playing, and
Chava, shout out to Chava.
Yeah, he's going by Keen on everything now, so I'm trying to call him Keen. I'm trying to think of who's the last player that I have playing. Oh, and BT George is also playing in that masterclass. So that'll be fun. And then on the that following week on the Thursday, we actually have another Apocalypse match. So it's going to be IRK MWK up against Mars. So that should be fun too. But I don't have the times and dates finalized for the Apocalypse matches for next week yet.
All right.
Do you get some water?
Cold. Yeah, I'm good. I got some. You know what I got too? The best berry in the world, raspberries.
Oh, damn.
Raspberries and some water.
That sounds good. You're a hero, man. This is a long stream.
Nothing's worse than that Sunday I had of the RCG thing. Was the worst day of my life.
Oh, right. Yeah. That sounded like it was a long qualifier.
Wait, Jayan's here.
He
can speak to that. It was the longest day in the world, dude. I've worked like 16-hour days before, and that felt longer.
Lots of like waiting for games, huh? Is that?
It wasn't. There was a lot of that, but it was just a lot of very stressful PVZs.
Right.
Sunday.
It reminds me of like a multiple round like audition round.
Yeah.
Where you have like multiple rounds of an audition in a day. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, 100%.
Looks like Return's asking who is Mars facing. It's going to be IRK MWK. So TVP.
Crossy. Dude, Crossy's actually really funny.
Crossy's hilarious. He's the coach, or one of the Zerg coaches on my CPL team. So I've been working with him a fair amount this season. He's great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Really good coach, yeah.
So yeah, we're watching Cold Warp Gates do a PvT on Fighting Spirit. I love this map. It's probably the best map. This and can't think of a funny map.
I gotta figure out, like, we're gonna have to decide the map pool for next season. I think the idea is to put circuit breakers in next season because we had Fighting Spirit this time. And I kind of want to put Polypoid in there, to be honest.
Do Electric Circuit instead of Polypoid. That map is legit a good map.
I don't actually know.
No one plays it
familiar
anymore.
with
It's such a good map.
Okay. I mean, we have like 8 maps, so we could theoretically do both. I want to try and get like some... We don't want maps that are too weird, but we definitely want maps where you can practice.
I don't like weird maps
strategy.
either. Electric Circuit, you can definitely do different strategies. It's not like out there, but it's slightly different.
Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
I think.
And I also like to, like we want a unique map pool, but I think also having like maps that are currently being used in like BSL or BWCL, as long as they're not too weird,
Another one versus one
good.
map, like a 2-player map. Yeah, it has an in-base third, but it's kind of cool regardless. It's good for macro setup too. The other map that I think is cool that never really gets used anymore is Byzantine or whatever. I think that's, or was it Benzene? Which one? No, it was Byzantine.
Oh, benzene.
I'm thinking of Foss when I say benzene.
There's a map.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Now I gotta look it up.
I think it's benzene. I know which one you're talking about. It's like the one with the like hexagon on it or whatever, right?
It's a 2-player, like I don't know, bottom left and top right. And
Right. Yeah.
And you have like a little ridge behind your base, behind your natural. There's like a
I
cliff.
think I remember it. It's like it's funny because the reason I remember it is I remember actually watching Jane play it on stream and getting proxy gated at the third.
You definitely could
That's
happen.
literally my memory of that map.
Yeah, it's a good map.
'Cause I think it was on ladder like before I actually ever picked up Brood War.
Yeah, most likely.
I was also like crossing field.
Yeah, I don't like that map. That's just me
Yeah.
though. That literally means nothing. It's a good map.
It's like I feel like it's an okay map for ZVT.
Mhm.
And it's like just historically in CPL we've had like Terran and Protoss both have like winning rates against Zerg. So
Right.
I feel like we should have like maybe
That's
try
fair.
and slow down on the 2-player maps that are Terran favored for next season. I don't know. I'm just kind of like I'm not sure.
Maybe do an island map too. It's good for mechanics though. It might not be realistic for everything, but you have interesting fights. There's 2 swastika maps. Sniper Ridge and La Mancha.
Right.
I didn't realize that until this year. Yeah, Sniper Ridge is a pretty good map.
Do you have any like 3-player maps that you like besides like Sylphid? Because like we have Talcross and Sylphid right now, and I don't like Talcross. I think putting Sylphid in again would be smart, but I don't know.
I feel like
other...
I feel like they're just not. Can't think of any. Like Longinus used to be a popular one.
Maybe Aztec again would be good.
Oh yeah, Aztec. I really do think Intrigue made a joke, but I really do think like some CPL 3 vs 3 like Hunters teams would be legit.
I
Really
wanted to put
exciting.
a 2v2 tournament in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe like between seasons. I mean, it's kind of hard to organize during the regular season because not everyone wants to play it.
Mhm.
But I definitely think we can do some between season events with that.
I just think it's so good for building mechanics. I know I keep saying it. I don't shut up about it, but it's true. Team games, because you're in those games, you're forced to do 1-base builds. So
Right,
You're
right.
forced to work on micro more and still building SCVs at home, and you get it done a lot quicker, I think.
Just like ZVZ.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. ZVZ builds mechanics fairly quickly. For a Zerg player.
For tournament. Yeah, I definitely like. I mean, part of this also is just like I'm just seeing people saying in the chat like anything we can do to like encourage coaches to like experiment with different types of gameplay as like a coaching tool, and like different ways of teaching. I mean, I personally feel that like teaching is the gateway to learning yourself. Like the better that you understand how to teach, the better you can understand how to learn yourself.
Dude,
So
I want to play Team Micro Arena with 5 other CPL students. That's my dream. 3 vs 3 TMA? Probably
Yeah. I
it's the
mean,
best UMS game.
I played like Micro with Tim when I first started, and he like he definitely like used it a little bit as a teaching tool.
Those can be good
As far
too.
as like, huh?
Sorry, all these raspberries. Those can be good too, but Team Micro Arena is just focused on micro. It's super fun.
Right. I think the one time I played Micro Arena, I didn't really like it, but
You gotta have a team of 6. You gotta have 3-on-3. which maybe you did, but
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
Warp Gates is opening up pretty much the exact same way our first guy did, with the 3-gate odds into the 4th. Ashen, yes. So it's pretty interesting. It's a solid build, though. I'm glad he's doing it. Evolves Madness. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, those are good exercises, too. Micro Macro is probably underutilized.
Yeah, I think it is, but I don't know. We'll see as like people start experimenting more, like what works the most, I guess.
Honestly, I stick to the still day I die. Just play fastest. You're gonna get so freaking good in no time, especially fastest times too. Ask Jaeyoon, dude. Me and Jaeyoon do 2 versus 3s and 2 versus 4s in fastest times too. No, but it's true though. I really do think fastest can help build mechanics very quickly. If that's what your goal is. If that's not your goal, then don't do it. If you already have really good mechanics and you need more like strategy and build orders, then there's no reason to play fastest a lot. But if your mechanics are fairly weak and you're lacking in micro or macro, I think it's a good call. It's getting up here just in time to... Ooh, these siege tanks... Okay, this could go either way. Nice. Firing down the 1, though. That's important. More important to get the siege ones in these scenarios, but this is fine. Yeah, that was a pretty greedy 3rd base. He didn't even have... Like, he's going for a starport, armory, academy, everything. So he's kind of setting up for Protoss to just take him down. Father. And behind this, we've got our Stargate, but no Templar. I bet he sent this probe to make it Templar Archives as well, but it's stuck, so it never did. I bet that's what happened. Yeah, see, now we got it from this guy. Ooh. Taking a lot of goon damage though. Not the biggest deal because you can make them faster than the Terran can make these tanks, but you still want to be careful about that. Oh, he's got speed already. Okay, he needs to move back here. Good, good, good. And Terran needs to put down like 6 more factories. I think this is a fine time for the Protoss to stop committing to this. Just like lift up the Dragoons and exit. You really can't get anything more done here. Don't try anything too fancy. Good. Good time to leave. We're setting up for a 4th too. This is actually really nice. I would like to say just to Terran players for a second too, though, that taking a 3rd base on 2 factories is pretty risky, especially when you already did all this tech and stuff. So if you don't have map control, like mines out everywhere, and the Protoss can just attack you, I would definitely suggest putting down 2 more factories before the command center. That's where you all should be joining. Neither is better. So someone asked if taking this base as a 4th is better than taking something like this. No, neither one is... I've done both. I don't see... Like, you could argue there's more minerals here, but this one's closer. So I don't think there's a one that's better than the other. I do think he needs another pylon here though, or that. But at least this you can start making the gateways at. Usually I would reserve this for a 5th. I would take this and then quickly get up here and start cannoning the ramp. But this is great too. I'm working on it, dude. We need to get rid of that CPL channel, dude. That one guy is just annoying as hell. Yeah, UGL is pretty big. It's a good fastest channel. So this is actually a nice factory count by the Terran here. Throwing down 2 more to make 8. Getting Vessel out. And presumably 2-1 is started. It is. So that's a pretty comfortable spot as well. Both of them doing a great job of going into a macro game. So at this point, the Protoss could actually take a 5th base as well. Maybe down here or here. Yeah, Jane, there's a lot of misinformation in there, but it doesn't mean it doesn't take away from what you can learn from fastest. I like this too. I can't stress this enough. I try and say it every day to everybody that plays Terran. Just send vultures out. At least get intel. Lay mines where you can. It requires a little bit of APM, but it's always worth it. The mines don't have to be in strategic spots. They can be in random spots. They could be here. They could be here. They could be here. At some point, the Protoss is going to be in a situation where they need to cross those paths. And if they're not extremely prepared with an observer and microing it properly with the Dragoons, then they just lose units for free. But yeah, we need a 5th base as the Protoss. Where's our Arbiter at? Here's our first one. We need a second one for sure. But we're size stuck at the moment. This gas is definitely not needed. But it's fine. We do have Templars, but we can do that off 3 gas. It went from 180 to 180 to 188 to 188. But definitely make 3 pylons there. Second Arbiter is super important here. More important than any other unit, so I would cancel that Zealot or something and make this Arbiter. But we're getting in position to attack the Terran as they move out. These mines are smart from the Terran's perspective. So if the Protoss does this kind of attack like they're planning on, their Zealots might get just obliterated right there. Oh, he's going to EMP. Oh, no, he's not. This is good, not attacking, just being patient. The Terran's just sitting there, so you can sit there too. These should be on... I think they're just trying to get them... Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I wonder what the probe count is. There's way too many probes here. These should be all up here. I've talked about saturation a bit today, but it's super important. You can see that there's only 8 probes mining here. And there are like 36 probes. Okay, he just took some away. Okay. He's doing it. But even these, you could send like 8 of these to here. But at least he looked and moved some around, so that's good. Optimal saturation, I like to say around 65 probes in PvT. 65 seems like a nice number. Obviously, it's hard to count in game, but 4 bases saturated nicely is usually good. And then from those bases, as you expand, you don't make more probes, you just move them around. This is a pretty good attack, flying the Arbiter through to find the tanks. Not a bad stasis, it's actually going to work out pretty well. Yeah, especially with these reinforcement zealots coming through. So microing those down here would have been... Oh, he's doing it now, though. That's good. And dropping 4 here. This is a really good attack from the Protoss. Terran was caught out of position, and the Protoss realized it and just went for it, and that was good. Terran doesn't really need a 4th base right now. They were a little bit greedy trying to go for like a map split. They could have got 200-200 and kind of attacked across this angle to here and above. But... Oh, what? The Terran's way ahead in supply. How is that possible right now? Maybe we didn't remake units?
Crazy sometimes builds a lot of SUVs.
Yeah. It's not that bad. I don't understand. That fight went so well for Protoss.
He also macros really well. Crazy.
Yeah, I guess. Oh yeah, he's got like...
Yeah, he's like...
But if all
he's
these
from
were
StarCraft 2. Yeah, he's one of those other guys that's like really new. Crazy. He's like pretty new. He's saying he started playing Terran in like November or something. They played a little bit of Protoss before, but not much.
Right.
And he like played an RSL and didn't even win RSL, so that's like sub 1400 MMR. And then now he's like, I don't know, he just got really good macro.
Sub 4. I don't get how some of these players can be at 1400 MMR. That's why I think there's... It's not that...
He's not anymore.
Yeah,
he's not
yeah.
anymore.
Yeah.
He came very far from like that was like December-ish
Still.
that he was 1400.
Yeah, that's wild. If he'd be in a really... He's already in a really good spot, but this Terran would be in a really good spot if he delayed this just by a little bit and put those 2 factories down first. But... Fine. I'm surprised that we're not caught up as Protoss. We have so many gateways and we have so much money and we spent it, but we're still only at 187. This is going to lead to a very interesting game because the Terran... This game could go on for a while because the Terran took a 5th base, which is super rare in TVP. So let's see if we can get any recalls done or anything like that. I think he forgot to build more Arbiters. Arbiters are extremely important in this matchup, and especially at this point in the game. Ooh. Good job. Like, honestly, Warp Gates is doing a really good job of just putting the goons far enough so that, I mean, these got picked off, but I don't really blame him for that. That just happens. He's doing a really good job of just pushing in, trying to clear mines, and seeing what the Arbiters can see, if they can get some good stasis. So, I like that a lot. He's not throwing in Zealots, he's not throwing in Templar or anything. Going for full recall defense down here. At this point in the game too, when you have this much money and this much control, it's not bad to get both observer upgrades. It's actually, it pays for itself almost instantly because you lose a couple Dragoons and a Zealot to mines, and that could have been stopped with that. It's gonna push through. It's super scary, man. There's a lot of tanks. Needs to throw storms down. He's picking all the Templar off. Not one storm goes down. Maybe one. Now? Yeah, there we go. So right now, as Protoss, we need to be reinforcing or macroing up more units. It's hard to recall at this point in the game, but also letting the Terran get a 4th and 5th is very bad as well. Is this for nukes or something? Or he lost his barracks? I think he lost his barracks. So even though they're even on bases, the Terran's really far ahead at this point because Terran should always be at least a base behind. And he's going to take a 6th base now, but honestly, when a split map situation favors Terran. Yeah, he really does understand it. It is an art. But as Terran, if you can just keep defending all your bases in this scenario, you pretty much win no matter what. I'm trying to think what I would do as Protoss in this situation, but you really gotta just keep attacking, and at the same time, like as you attack, go back to your gateways and make a ton of zealots and keep sending them. It's really your only chance. You definitely can't recall down here. I would say that's a horrible idea. It just doesn't feel like a big Protoss army. These storms are really nice though. Oh, he loses the Templar. I like this amount of mines though. Super annoying for Protoss. But in this scenario, like I said, there's almost no way Protoss can come back from this. Extending and taking the 6 o'clock base. No, not right now. We'll go over the replay after in voice. First, I let him play his game on his own. Abstract Daddy, dude. Now that I'm Diamond in Valorant, I don't care about anything, dude. Maybe I'll start streaming Valorant. I don't know. I don't know if my computer can handle it. Or no, I can't remember what's after. Whatever's after gold, dude. Platinum or diamond. I'm not the one that's really high. Yeah, I'll be honest. I'm gold 3, so I'm about to be that next one. Ooh, that's a good EMP.
I think
But
this is like Crazy's favorite way
yeah, I can
to
tell.
play the split map. Yeah.
He's good at it. I don't know if it would work like necessarily the way he does it. I don't think it would work at a much higher level, but he pulled it off here pretty spectacularly.
Yeah, I think he's gonna go far.
He's a really
Okay.
good player for sure.
Yeah, he's just got really good macro. He just doesn't know. He's not super familiar with all the builds yet, but I think he's been playing a lot, so I think he'll get there.
Yeah, it seems really solid. Getting all those EMPs off too. So bad for Protoss. There's no way to engage against like three tanks.
You're welcome to stop the game at any point if you want to go into coaching, because I know it gets a little bit long.
Yeah, I'll see if he finds his way out soon. I literally think there's no way for him to win this though.
Yeah. So you're welcome to just like message him in game and go straight to the coaching, because I mean, you know,
Feels
these
so
games can
BM
go
though.
forever.
Feels so BM.
I warned them beforehand, so.
Well,
I
to
told
be
them you
fair,
were
there's
welcome
nothing really.
to stop them anytime.
To be fair, there's nothing you can learn from this point in the game. Well, obviously there's little things, but overall, there's nothing I can really teach about this point in the game, except attack recall, and macro faster.
Yeah.
I'll let him do this attack. This should be the end anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told them before, just because it can get long. Like, anytime the game goes past like 18 points, if the coach feels like there's enough information to work with, then they're welcome to do the game.
Jayoon lacks tact. Hey, Star Lover. Oh, is that Sheldon? Dude, where's Salmon Master? Hold on. How did you gift this sub to a guy that's not even here? I don't know why that's so funny to me, dude. Thanks, Zero. Dude, he's actually busting through this. But, I mean, there's so much more army here. Well, we'll see. Protoss is super broke now. That's the only issue. Yes, Zero. No problem, dude. Anytime.
This is a CPL Masterclass for those of you guys who are just tuning in right now. Models is helping some of our CPL players with CPL Protoss players with their matchups. So we have like a game, and then we're gonna have the Protoss player come on voice afterwards, and Models will give him some live coaching on this game.
If he can like somehow break in, Crossy's never fun. Dude. Oh my god. Crossy. You're breaking my heart, dude. After all the times you stream snipe me, you've never followed? I just can't see. Yeah, with the Terran with the 6 o'clock, there's no way the Protoss doesn't get mined out first. He's doing a really good job of clawing his way back into this, but the Terran has a superior population, and he really can't. But he did a really good job of, like, he got further along those armies than I thought he would. Jayoon, can you time out Crossy? Yeah, militant force. In this scenario, Terran does wait for Protoss to give up here. They don't attack once. It's just like they know that if they have half the map, their resources pan out better. So there's literally nothing Protoss can do. They'll starve themselves. Similar to PvZ, Protoss, it's favored for Protoss in a split map scenario, PvZ. So I've been on equal basis with the Zerg, and I don't really commit either. I just kind of move my army around the map and starve them out. So it's the same concept overall. ED Matrix to Dragoon. I wonder if that was on purpose or not. Are they friends? It's a pretty BM move, dude. That's an Artosis.
I seriously doubt it was on purpose. They're both very good manners.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Mild manners. Or at least in Crazy's case.
I came back yesterday from a game where a guy built a command center in my natural because he was so far ahead, and I still won. That was the best feeling in the world. It's the most BM play. Dude, Star Lover, how did you gift a sub to Salmon Lover? Or Salmon Master, whatever the hell his name is. I'm just curious how you found that ID. Strom Carlin is a CPL admin, and we're doing some CPL training right now, so she's put this all together.
Yeah.
Oh, it was random. That's so funny, dude. Oh my god. So yeah, there's really no way. Maybe I'll just message him. What do I say?
Just tell him you feel like we can go to the replay. Or that there's enough stuff to work on.
So awkward. I literally just answered that. Strom Carlin, she's an admin for CPL, so we're doing some CPL Protoss training right now.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who don't know what CPL is, I mean, I'm sure you do. It's Coach Pupil League. I am new.
She told me. She told me.
I'm new.
What's her Instagram? Don't give it up.
Yeah, I'm new to the admin team this season because I'm fairly new to Grid War in general. But I been putting through lots of like extra content for CPL, and one of the things we've been doing is a masterclass series. So it's a kind of a format that I borrowed from music because I'm a music student in university. So we have like live coaching, live games, and stuff here. We've done 2 so far, one with Master Ray, aka Horotos, and one with Cryop. So our third one is here with models, and we're still kind of like tweaking the format a little bit. But it's been good so far. So it's not really casting, it's just like live coaching essentially. Am I Swedish? No, I'm Canadian. I know my ID looks Swedish, but it is a Swedish word, but I'm
This
not.
guy's trying to find you. Warp Gates, are you in chat now? Voice chat?
Yes. Yeah.
Sick.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, sorry if I dragged that game on too long. I felt like
No.
I knew it was
dude.
I was in like a bad spot, but he wasn't gonna kill me, so I felt like I could just keep trying.
Well, that was the thing. At first, I thought you were dragging it out, and then you did that one attack near the end where you broke through, and I was like, "Oh shit!" I'm glad because I was gonna stop you before that. And I'm glad I didn't. But at the point it was at, there was just from a economic standpoint, no way of you winning it technically.
Yeah. That seemed pretty boned.
But it was a good game. Like you played really well, to be honest. I think you didn't really this attack at the third was really nice. You didn't really overcommit. You kind of left when I was hoping you would. I thought you might try something cheeky with that shuttle and 5 Dragoons, but I'm glad you didn't.
Yeah, it was a good attack, but like my macro kind of slipped behind it. So like I could have had my expansion earlier and just had some more stuff. But I think like the attack itself was good. I feel like I just need to figure out how to do recalls, and then I'll be pretty...
Yeah. Just to answer chat really quick, CPL is Coach Pupil League. It's a basically a StarCraft league for people who are interested in learning StarCraft and getting better. So if you can be anywhere from total beginner to someone who hasn't played too much and you want to improve. There's coaches and teams. So I'm just doing a class right now on kind of Protoss training. Specific. It's sort of like a one-off for today. So yeah, and they're making a website, it looks like. But there's a Discord for it if you're interested. Yeah, the opening build was great. There's like, I have nothing really to talk about. Like, you did 3-gate, observer, expand, take a third. That was all really good.
Cool.
The Zealot, I like that you didn't overcommit. I remember thinking you might try and just get some damage done, but you turned around. That's a good call too. You set this to extra high. Yeah, so that's fine. You realize you can't get anything done and you turn around. That's not a bad thing. Nexus, second gate. Not bad. In cross positions, you can actually, like, even not in cross positions, you can actually get Robo instead of second gate.
Oh, yeah?
Although, this was 21 Nexus. Or,
I mean, I guess...
It was a weird variation because you had a Zealot, right? It was probably like a 23.
It was just 21. I just had 2 fewer probes, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily advise, like, ever cutting probes at this point in the game. Even right now, you're not making probes. Just make them as much as you can until, like, let's say, like, 8 minutes or something. Unless...
Yeah, I was cutting them here to get the Robo, because my Robo's usually late. But... So should I just keep making probes until I can afford the Robo?
Yeah, I mean, if you can try and make it, like, a general rule of thumb to make them for 8 minutes straight, no matter what, it'll pay off. But the only exception to that in PvT would be a 5-fact or something. But not a big deal. But definitely, you'd notice a difference in your economy.
Yeah.
Is that something? Do you? I never really talk about these points, but do you hotkey your nexuses, or how do you macro probes?
I hotkey the first one, but then when I get to 2, I just use the camera location.
Okay, and you'll probably improve with like speed doing that too over time. So I know I'm at the point where I can just use cameras and I don't really have to think about it. And if I'm going into a fight or something, I'll just queue up more than I would, like 2 or 3 probes.
Yeah, I need to get better at like constantly making probes. I get distracted by other stuff.
It all comes down to timing. So let's see, 3rd gate. I'm probably getting ready to take the 3rd. Now with this 3rd, well, actually, let's see when this observer gets out. I'm gonna take my vision off the Terran for a minute.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the 3rd, but let's see if your point covers it too.
Yeah, I'm just noticing a lot of gaps in the nexuses for probes. It might be worth trying to hotkey them.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
If you like, most people do. I used to, but then I finally got to the point where with camera keys I was good enough not to, or quick enough not to, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you find there's gaps like this, they're happening a bit too often, I think, because he's even ahead in SCVs, and that shouldn't really happen.
Yeah.
Just something to work on. Like, if you can make that your main focus for like your next, week of training or something, you'll see an improvement afterwards. All good. Citadel, fine. Good timing. You see 2 factories, so you feel pretty secure. At this point, you can even... I guess you're making Zealots for like a shuttle drop. You know he's probably taking a 3rd, so you kind of want to deny it.
Yeah, what I do normally is like, when I get 2 observers out, I make a shuttle and then make a round of Zealots just to have a shuttle around. And then like if I can fight at the 3rd, that's great. But like I don't really...
Right. That's cool. That makes sense.
But like I saw that like he only had 2 factories and I had 3 gateways, so I felt like I had a good chance of fighting him at the 3rd.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, probe production just seems like a main thing that I'm seeing now in the replay. It's hard to tell in the game because you have to pay attention to it. The Nexus. This was a good fight. You traded well. I mean, getting these tanks is valuable. You lose your Dragoons, but that's expected.
Yeah, I think it's a good trade.
Yeah, definitely. Denying this third mining for a while. Now, you could go home at this point, too. Actually, to be honest, you're spending your money pretty well. But you could still... Okay, you did it at your main nexus. Oh, you did it at all your nexus. You queued up a couple of probes. That's really good. I was going to say you could do that, but you're already doing it. So that's a really good call. But I think if you could just pay a little more attention to your 2 nexus early on, just for probe production, whether you want to keep trying the camera keys or trying hotkeying, it can be a little frustrating at first, I know.
Yeah.
But it's something that pays off. This is not bad. You could have saved a couple Dragoons there, but not a big deal. Although they would have helped a lot more in this battle. If you had 5 instead of 3 right now, you could just mow these down.
Yeah.
But again, not a huge deal. Still traded really well. You could actually go up now. You take your 4th at a reasonable time, but you could send a probe like once you get a chance now. Obviously, you're busy at the moment. But once you fly out of here, you could send a probe. You can be like, okay, he's finally taking his 3rd. I can take my 4th.
Yeah. I feel like once I start winning these fights, the 3rd, I know I can take a 4th.
Yeah, even if you don't win them, to be honest, even if you just see the Protoss, the Terran taking a 3rd, you can just go take your 4th. Okay, your probe is going up, so it's actually this is good. That's a good response.
So I wanted to ask, like, do you think the time that I took the 3rd was okay? Because I feel like I should be waiting for the observer to scout, but like I run into the situation where I'm making out of all my gateways, and I have enough money to expand, so I just expand. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't think it's bad. I mean,
okay.
If some crazy timing hit, it might be a little rough. But no, all things like you're fine. You did 3 gate first. You're safe.
Okay.
If you were on 2 gate observer, then it might be handy to scout first. Like if you did a quick observer with 2 gate. But since you went 2 gate before Robo, you're definitely fine to expand in that scenario.
Cool. Thanks.
Arbiter. There was the other important thing at this point in the game, once you have Arbiters up, is just constantly queuing that Stargate. These are all things.
Well, yeah, there was a point where I didn't have enough gas. I think I didn't put guys on my natural gas fast enough, so it just there's like a long period of time where I didn't have gas to make arbs.
So if that happens to me, I don't make anything that costs gas until I get that Arbiter up. I don't make Dragoons, I don't make an upgrade, I don't make anything. I just wait for Arbiter. I'll make Zealots, but because it's super important. Open up T's vision again. So yeah, you're in a really good spot. You have exactly the amount of probes you want to have at this, basically for the rest of the game, to be honest. Saturation is important here. I think I was mentioning this during the game a bit. Like you have a lot of probes in your main. You could send about 8 of them to your 3rd, and you could send another handful to the top. These are things that are hard to think about in game and don't come naturally. So I've only started really doing that to a decent level, like pretty recently, to be honest. But it's important. So his 2-1's finishing up, and you're ahead in supply. I don't really know what happened here. I was confused how he got away with taking a 4th, to be honest. Because you played really well all game. You were ahead all game.
I think it got to a situation where he had like big upgrades, and so it made it hard for me to win a fight in the middle, and I couldn't get any recalls off. So he just like eventually just outlasted me.
Yeah,
I think there was a fight where
you could go for a recall right now into his main if you wanted.
Yeah, it's like when I look at the replay, I'm like, oh well, obviously there's like a 2-mile wide gap that I get to recall. But like in game, it's so hard to like do that on top of it, like to find that gap. On top of everything else you're doing.
For sure. But I really like the way you set up and were patient. This was nice. I was complimenting this, and even just getting the Dragoons in there to clear mines and then moving back when you get tank fire, that's good. So that's all really solid play with that big army there. I think he in this game he EMP'd a lot of arbiters, and that's very unfortunate. I've gotten to the point where it's like it's become a laziness thing for me, but now I always hotkey arbiters separately. So they're like 5-6 or 6-7. It helps
like
for not getting
behind the army, or
you can do that. So this was a really nice engagement. I thought this won the game, to be honest. You came in here, you microed the zealots proper, you went down over the tanks, you dropped more. I was confused at literally this moment where his supply is somehow ahead of yours again. So I don't know if maybe no, all your gates are queued up. What the hell, dude? So I was super confused here. I don't get it.
More gateways, I guess.
I guess, but I mean, you have a pretty solid amount. Yeah, I guess you could put like 3 or 4 more down in your main. But I guess, but it seems like you took such a good fight here that I don't see how he could have caught up in supply so quick. But that was the point where, even though that was such a good fight, that was the point where the game changed somehow for his supply. His supply went ahead. And he got this 4th. But if you just did... I think you overdid... Yeah, you overdid Dragoons a little bit here. I think you can go really strong on Zealots.
Yeah, I have a hard time, like, when I'm in the middle of a fight and macroing, knowing when to rebuild. Because, like, sometimes, like, I think all my Zealots are going to die, so I mass big Zealots. But instead, all my Goons die, and now I have, like, 5 control groups of Zealots.
But, to be honest, 5 control groups of Zealots is not as bad as it sounds. It sounds insane, but if you just like throw a couple zealots over the mines, as long as there's no mines involved, you would easily rip apart this army down here at the bottom right and get into his 4th. That would be worst case scenario, 5 groups of zealots, but it's still like not a bad. It's not bad. So just more often than not, make zealots just because they're quicker and quicker to build, cheaper, and quicker to get across the map.
Okay.
I usually at that point in the game where you were when I mentioned that, I usually make like. Maybe at most 6 gateways make Dragoons. The rest are all Zealots. Sometimes just 4. That's kind of how I think of it. But I think more than 6 Dragoons. You lost your whole army, so 1 round is fine from 1 group of gateways. But other than that, just 6 gateways making Dragoons, I think is fine.
Okay.
Just because you could have reinforced quicker and probably took that... Because at this point, he's on 5 bases and he has whatever he wants. Like there's almost split map favors Terran so hard. So even though you didn't play bad or necessarily do anything wrong, you're just stuck in a scenario now where all he has to do is defend for the rest of the game. Which is super annoying, but
yeah, like I had an Arbiter down here ready to recall and he found it with a vessel and EMP'd it while we were in the middle of a fight. Just like I had such a hard time like actually getting the recalls off, and like sometimes like I only have Zealots to recalls. They get cleaned up by vultures.
Yeah, in those kind of big battles like that, I usually take 1 group of Zealots and just move command them through to the end of the tanks. They work for themselves in that sense. They get a lot of ally fire, like they get a lot of explosive damage on the tanks themselves from the tanks, and then when they get to a space like that, they start attacking themselves. So it's pretty good. But yeah, it's hard for both Terran and Protoss to battle in these big engagements.
Yeah.
But if you can sneak an Arbiter by and get a recall, a stasis down first on the tanks, then it's easier to engage and run in. But yeah, honestly, like it was a well played game. It's just unfortunate that it came to like a split map scenario.
Yeah.
But yeah, the main things I would point out are the biggest thing is the pro production early game. You'd be pretty surprised how much more economy you'd have if just those little gaps were filled. It seems like such a small thing, like, oh cool, it's 2 seconds between a probe, who cares? But it adds up exponentially. Yeah, I mean, this is a point where you still could recall his main on top of his factories and get him out of position. Like, I think at this point in the game, like you said, you don't really know where you can recall, but you can send observers around or even tease with the Arbiter. But you could go in at the very top. He only has one turret there. You could recall a small group on his factories, and that pulls all his army from here north, and then he has nothing defending his fourth base either. So then you could send all the rest of your units, just keep moving groups down to the bottom right.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking like all these bases up here are mined out, so it wasn't that important to recall them. But
It is because
I
it
guess-
brings his army home. Like your
Yeah,
goal here
like
is to
killing
get
the
his
factories.
army out of the way. Yeah, you probably wouldn't even kill any factories, but you'd
Just,
distract him. You'd cost him APM
Right,
of like an unsieging, bringing these tanks home, and then he'd also be way out of position. So yeah, because all he's doing with this split map scenario, it's sort of like TVZ split map. He's just moving his tanks up and down the right side of the map as needed, and the vultures are already there. So where if you attack at the top, he's there. If you attack at the bottom, he's there with the full army. So if you can pull some of that army from the middle of the map, then you can do a big attack to any location, really.
okay.
But yeah, like you said, it's hard to know where to recall here, but you do have to kind of try and scout locations. And you know he's overprotected at the bottom right, so just try and recall anywhere, like try and recall his main base. You're right, there's no economy, but he doesn't really care about mining right now. Shutting down like depots, factories, anything like that, and pulling his army home is huge at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, well played regardless. Like, the main thing is the probes, and then the second thing would just be, you said the one time there was a lack of gas, but I noticed when the second Stargate went down, there weren't two Arbiters queued up after that one big fight, which there definitely should be.
Okay.
And I'm like 90% sure you could afford it for sure. I think you were at like the same kind of income.
Yeah, definitely.
So just like Arbiters are very important. To be honest, I was surprised when you came back with this attack near the end, because I don't see how, like, this Terran has so many tanks at this point, and mines, and has everything set up. There's almost no way to attack into it. And he EMP'd the Arbiters or something, but you still got through it somehow. Yeah, this part. I have no idea.
You didn't bring that many down here, I guess.
I know, but he has them, and he does bring them down, and then you still fought through that too. Yeah, he still brings them down now. I guess because they were separated, but still, you got through it. So this is when your only, like, objective, well, you don't even have enough minerals for it. Well, maybe you do. I guess that's what you're doing. But your only objective is to keep grabbing, like, don't even hockey any units. Just grab a group of units, A move bottom right, keep making units, grab a group, A move bottom right, keep making units at gateways, grab a group, A move bottom right. Once you break through, you kind of just got to do that and pray for the best. You can micro a bit in between, obviously, but in general, like, you just want to get as many out as you can, because you know that you can produce more than he can. He has really strong macro and he has a lot of factories, but you can still produce quicker. So that's kind of where you would be at that point. But you didn't do a bad job of that anyway. You have a lot of gateways queued up. And at this point, you're not as rich as you were, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's in this position now that you're in, there's literally nothing you can do.
Yeah.
When Terran has this many bases. Trying to think of what we can do after this too. If you want to do like, I don't know what the best way to practice making probes at both nexuses would be. That would be the main thing I'd think.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just gonna try hotkeys them.
Yeah,
for a
try it
while.
out. It'll be like frustrating for the first 2 days, let's say, but after that, it'll feel more natural. Even just like to 3 and 4 or something in the early game, or 4 and 5, or 5 and 6. I do 5 and 6, but I rarely use the hotkeys. Like I have them there.
Yeah, like, I have them hotkeys on like 6 and 7. I just don't like mentally think to do it. So I'll probably put them on like lower hotkeys and just make more.
What do you
effort.
have probe as?
What do you mean? I have E.
Okay, yeah, me too. So it's not
StarCraft
really
2,
that
yeah.
hard to do like 5e, 6e. Every
Yeah.
however many seconds.
Then like I have my
Thanks for
gateways on 5, so I'll have to like, I have to like move things around. Just change the priorities.
Or 6, 7, whatever works for you. Sorry, yeah.
6, 7, like it's like a bit too far for me to hit.
Yeah.
Like correctly each time, and it's more like it's just more mentally like thinking about making it more a priority.
I get
to check
that
those
for sure.
hotkeys and
I get that.
I like how you D-Matrix my goon here.
I know. I was asking if it was BM, but she said neither of these players are BM, so this is obviously a mistake. What would you rather do right now, like, in terms of some coaching time? Like, do you want to go into a PvT again and have me live coach you? Do you want to, like, play a micro-macro game? Something where you can focus on the production, or what do you think would benefit you?
I mean, I feel like just playing another regular game is gonna help more like micro macro or something. Because like when we play micro macro, like I can do all the macro because I have nothing else to do, right?
Right.
It's just like when on top of everything else, it's just mentally like.
But in micro macro, if you can just build a habit of like still looking all around, like don't only look at nexuses.
Yeah.
Still look around as if you're there, and still go back and make probes. That'll build it better than just literally just playing the part, I find. So just keep that in mind for next time you do play it.
Why don't you guys want to try that?
Sure.
Whatever you want.
I guess.
Like if you want to go over, if you want to play a game and have me try and coach you live too, like I'm down to do that.
Yeah, I'd like that more. We can do the micro macro. It's not like a huge difference.
Or we can do. I mean, another option is team melee against someone, and then I just barely play at all. That's sort of, or I can live coach and I can hop in if needed, kind of thing. I think that should have been the way we were doing it all along, because I can actually play if there's not really a reason I would need to, but at least I'm there. Let's do that. It'll just be a one-on-one, but I'll be able to like use units if for whatever reason.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
Do we have someone to play against?
Is Crazy still around?
Yeah, he should still be here.
I never host these. Do you just host a normal map on UMS? Or do you need...
I have it up.
You have a team melee map?
Yeah.
Sick.
I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it.
Tell him to watch the pod.
Yeah, I can.
I think you talked a little bit about that, or I can tell him later.
A little bit about it for sure.
I gotta try and get another Terran player in here to do another masterclass. I had a Cryok do one, but we had some technical issues, so it was a little bit difficult. Yeah, but there's just like not as many Terran players, so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of who would be good. Actually, Nyokin would be the dream, but
yeah, I don't know that he'd do it though.
Maybe one day. Although he's a bit too technical anyway, I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, I'm trying to think of who I talked to. I might be able to get SPX.
That could be cool.
Yeah.
Why play Terran
Okay,
when you can
I'm
enjoy the game instead?
Or I was talking to Chris about doing one, but that would be definitely an interesting situation because he's Australian. So
The accent bothers you?
No, it would just be on awkward time zone
Okay.
to get people to play. That's the only reason.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I can make it work morning and night.
Yeah, I think I can make it work. If he agrees to do it. I think it'd be really good. He's a pretty good coach. And he's a good player too. I think he's taking game off Crossy, so.
Who's that?
His ID, I think he goes by Astrostar sometimes, or Chris. Yeah. He's Korean Australian. I hadn't heard of him before this season, but he joined up on Operation Decision because he's friends with Shroom.
Yeah, that's cool.
You have not enough minerals.
Yo, this is sick. I gotta do this more often. I'm literally not gonna play, but the fact that I can makes it feel like I'm coaching more.
Yeah, this could definitely be a very very interesting format. It's good to try it out.
Yeah, Team Melee's cool. You can have 4 people controlling one team. The pros do it all the time for like warm-ups and stuff. You can have like 2 people on a side and 2 people on the other, and both can control all things. So like I could fight him for like the control of this. He can move it up, I can move down, and we could fight for it. I think it's a good training.
That's how Team Melee that goes normally. We fight over whatever we're gonna do.
Yeah, everyone wants like shuttle control.
Yeah.
Ace matches Team Melee.
Or 2v2. I mean, our team's definitely played Team Melee, but we also have Roigi as one of the coaches on our team, so I feel like that's the reason why.
Yeah. Dude, Crossy makes the dumbest names. I'm pretty sure that's Crossy. Zergo K.
Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
We're looking good. We haven't stopped making probes. I like this.
I'm about to make a zealot, so
Now we did. No. Do it at 14.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was 13.
Nah, do it like the same as PvP.
Okay.
And then we'll do a pylon now.
Yeah, I'm going up.
I normally...
You have not enough minerals.
It doesn't matter.
You have not enough minerals.
What happened?
No, it literally doesn't matter. It's not a big deal. Did you ever die to BBS? Because it's super safe to put aside. Okay. Yeah, never mind then.
I mean, like, I never see it, so who knows?
Yeah, so don't worry then. If you start seeing it, putting your second pylon behind your natural minerals is super helpful for a probe drill later on if it comes down to it, but... are we going to explore with the Zealot?
Yep, that was the plan. Whoops. Got distracted.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's alright, it's alright.
My bad.
God, all my hotkeys are different. Because I'm trying to do this different thing with the Nexus.
I put a third on gas.
Well, even after I get the range started,
Okay.
like I cut.
No, that's fine. I took it off.
I went to 3 and I cut. Yeah,
That's fine. Are you doing 24 Nexus?
I was gonna do 28 because you said that doing the 21 after the Zealot wasn't great. Oh my god, everything is wrong. Everything
Just
is
focus on the
wrong.
Zealot. Just focus on the Zealot.
Okay. Yeah, I need to figure out my hotkeys because I like tried to do it on the fly and I'm getting everything wrong.
Or try and yeah, it'll mess you up at first if you're gonna commit to a change, but it could be worth it. Okay, I'm done. Now I'm gonna stop. I made the Nexus.
Okay. So when you make the robo in this situation,
You saw him throw down a CC without a bunker or anything, so you can probably just attack into that with the two Dragoons now. You can make a Robo now, though. Yeah, let's see what he had. Okay, so you can actually hit right now, right before it's done. Try and snipe the Marines. Or that. Whatever. Sorry.
That's alright. I mean, I think the raids make more sense there.
Yeah, I know it's annoying to play, to have me talking in your ear, but...
I'm bothered with the tank. I know my probes are falling behind again.
It's all good. Like, in those situations, it's expected, but there were other situations where not much was going on, not much activity was going on, where there should still be probes being made. And then we can probably send... Yep, nice, dude.
So should I make a third gateway or wait till
no,
raid?
yeah, make observatory right now. I was exactly gonna say that because I thought you were gonna put one. Let's just leave it on 2 for now.
Okay.
The probes being made are more important than sending the probes to mine. Just remember that too.
Okay. Okay.
Like, obviously optimize both, but if you had to pick and choose.
Make use of me. You must construct additional pylons. I have returned.
One thing I like to do here too, I'll just do it, is put a pylon at their 3rd. It both acts as a scout for if they drop ship, and it delays their command center when they do fly it over.
Okay.
So let's see what we see with the Arbiter, Academy, and turrets. So we know, well, we don't know anything, I guess. Try and fly down there behind the main.
Like,
this works too. This works, whatever.
Is
No, as long as we can get down to those factories and see how many there are.
Yeah, I think the factors would be here.
Yeah, so I think there's only 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're pretty comfy on 2 gateways ourselves. Queue up a couple probes at each nexus. And then take our natural gas as well. To be honest, we still don't even need this 3rd gateway, but it's fine. It's good still.
Okay, I had the money, so.
Yeah. And then we'll take this gas here.
Oh, I thought I did that already.
And we'll actually just put a pylon down here as well for future gateways when we do like a gateway explosion. And I'm just gonna run this observer around and see what we're up against. Because he's most likely taking a 3rd right now, just like last game. But we want to confirm that. Oh, what the hell?
What?
There's just no 3rd, so maybe he's either about to throw down 3 factories or he snuck a base. Oh, he's about to throw down factories. So he's doing like a 6 factory push. So this is good. This is a good, Still need probes.
So, do I stop making probes or keep making probes?
So I make like 2 rounds, and then I'll stop, basically.
Okay, so start making gateways?
And now, yeah, exactly. I'll throw this probe down here, and with all the money I save up, and I would actually take my workers off my natural gas, which I just did for you. But and then throw down as many gateways. Basically, like, you want to get up to... Nah, I would not worry. No, I would not worry about it. But you can get Storm Tech. Actually...
Okay.
Actually, I don't even know if I'd risk that. Like, me at this point, I would just get Zealot legs and be happy with that. And then if I can afford... Yeah. Yeah, I would just be happy on this gateway count and get Zealot legs if you can. And try and keep delaying the sieging if you can.
Like he doesn't even need to see, just kill me right now.
Kind of.
Oh my god.
Here, we'll just, well, let's see.
I think I'm pretty fucked.
This is the kind of scenario where you just want to hold back as far as you can for as long as you can.
Yeah.
Just keep your observer on it and just keep making units and try not to panic. Is basically the only thing you can do. But he's got a lot of ultras.
Yeah. I think I gotta go in.
No, you still gotta wait.
Really? Okay.
You can send a couple zealots to try and get mines, but... Sorry, I started playing there.
Sorry.
But yeah, once this round of Dragoons is out, then you can kind of attack. But it still doesn't look like we'll have enough. He's making turrets up here, but it's actually a really good time to make DTs as well, just because you can kind of get in there. But we can't keep sending the units through.
Okay, yeah.
You almost got all those vultures, dude. But yeah, just hold position here. We can use the shuttle with DTs in it. Or one DT. Oh, he's got the turret up there now. Bit of a problem. That's my bad. That was me. That was me. Yeah, basically it's hope and pray at this point. We'll wait for one more group of units because he's wasting a lot of vultures, and then we will go for it. But try and spread these out so that they don't run in single file kind of thing. Alright, we might as well go for it. You go for it.
I think this probes in here.
Yeah, I think he wins this one.
Alright, we did. Yeah,
we did. Let's go over the replay.
Okay. Oh, Team Melee breaks replays.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the second we saw those factories, we did put gateways down, but maybe not super quickly. And then I, for some reason, thought of Storm, but that was definitely the bad call. Which we didn't go for it anyway, but just throwing down those gateways and putting all probes on minerals is exactly what you have to do there.
Okay.
I flirted with the idea of trying to get Storm still, and I put probes back on gas at the natural, but definitely just focus all on minerals and speed zealots. Get like one more group of dragoons out, but other than that, it's just speed zealots the rest of the game. And you're just all you're doing is microing at your front. You're throwing one single zealot out every once in a while to kill those mines, and you have hold position on all your units.
Right. Yeah, I think I just need to work on getting all the hotkeys fixed now that I'm trying to work on probes more.
Yeah, and I sort of like I jumped in very little that game, but when I did, it was always the worst time. So that was
that's team melee.
the best
That's
thing. Yeah. So maybe we didn't need to do that, but it was kind of fun. The idea of it, the idea of it's there. I guess that would be used for more like I'm gonna take over for a minute and that kind of stuff, not like both of us trying to play.
Yeah.
But at least we learned that from that. But yeah, in general, we had the right reaction. Just throw down as many gateways as you can, cut probes. But he had a pretty impressive tank count.
Yeah, he's pretty good at those kind of builds.
Yeah, but we did the right thing. We just I put those probes back on gas. That wasn't a good call. But yeah, no, I feel bad that we lost that. But I don't know.
Rip.
Is there?
Oh, I had a question
Yeah.
about PVZ actually, because you're talking like if you make a Sarah and you scout and you don't see a Spire, you should stop making Corsairs. Is that like a stylistic thing? Because like what I've been trying to do is like in that situation make the Sarahs anyway, and then try to punish them for not having the Scourge. Like try to kill
Yeah.
Obies and stuff. Is that fine? Do you think?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
But
Like it's like harder, but like I feel like
yeah,
it's like that's. I feel like historically that's why Corsairs are good. Like they're not just a reaction, right?
yeah,
Like,
they
they're
can
also-
get
they're
if
just
you
good.
and if you don't capitalize on them, like if the Zerg really well defends all their overlords and stuff, then you're just behind.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But like I feel like if you force them to leave like a bunch of Hydras at each base, then that's still pretty good, right? Like even
Yeah.
if like in the Nightmare scenario where you kill nothing, like they have to put a lot of stuff at each base, and that costs them a lot, makes their attacks weaker. Okay, that was what I was.
It's not
my big
a bad thing. I just don't necessarily recommend it. But it's not like it depends what kind of Hydra build the Zerg's doing. If it's like 3-hatch Hydra,
yeah.
don't
Oh yeah.
even think it.
If it's like a Hydra bust, then you're gonna
Yeah.
die. And then you don't want
But
to.
you know, maybe
but like the
with
guy
a
did like a
5-hatch
4-hatch
Hydra build, yeah,
or a 5-hatch, yeah.
you can do it, and then you can. That's when DTs become strong too. So if you do something like that against are you talking about a Zerg that doesn't even lair?
Just any like, I guess any build that's not
Right,
a
like a
3-hatch Hydra
Spire.
bust,
Yeah,
but doesn't
or
get Spire.
quick Spire. Yeah, okay, fair enough. If they don't get speed overlords quick, you can abuse that with DT run bys too, which is another super cool thing too. I'm trying to think if I have any replays, but I don't have any replays recently where I've done that. Because I feel like a PvZ replay, like I feel like replays can be super helpful.
Yeah, Crossy's been posting like just like ladder replay packs
Yeah.
for us, for our team. And like I mean, obviously some of the games are not as good, but like some of the games are like really good to watch just for understanding.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, to answer that, you can go Corsairs, but I don't necessarily recommend it, but you definitely can. And if you do, I suggest getting DTs out on the map and skipping Zealot legs and things like that to get those DTs out faster.
Okay.
And then adding a bunch of gateways and then Zealot legs and stuff. So you get your army after you do a few small unit attacks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to go over? It could be PvT or PvZ. I wonder if I should have included that in today's little broadcast as a couple just replays of good old me on ladder, because I feel like you can learn from other people as well.
I was actually going to suggest it after this game if you wanted to like show a replay of like split map. But I mean, I think like you kind of have to pick one thing.
Split map PvT?
Yeah. But I mean, you kind of have to pick one thing after a game. Like you picked
100%.
melee and did that, and that was good. I mean, there's just so many options, so it's good to explore them. And I feel like as coaches get like more familiar with the different things they can do, then you can make like the most educated choice for what teaching option would be best in for different situations.
Right. Yeah, I wish I had replays prepared already, but obviously I didn't know what was going to happen in these games, and I don't really have like an obsessive folder of replays where like certain builds happened.
Wow, geez,
I know.
get it together. Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe I should though, honestly, in the future. I've been meaning to like save maybe specific games because they can be educational. But
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're like playing ladder and you play like a good long game, I think you can hit like save replay right after and just name it, right?
yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
But
Anyways,
But no, that was dope. And again, Warp Gates, if you have any questions, man, in the future, like I hope that was helpful. I feel like I let you down there. But
That's all right.
if there's anything comes up in the future, like replay you're confused about, that's what I always say, because I feel like that always used to happen to me, where I'd be like, how did I lose this? Like I literally did. I feel like I did everything perfect, but how did they have like 2 times my army, or whatever the case might be, or how did they fit this in, whatever, or anything like ideas or like that Corsair question, because like you definitely can do that. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering because like I used to try to cut stairs a lot, and then Tai 2 was like, no, like you should still make them and make use of them. And like I've been doing it with, and basically I wanted you to say the opposite so I could make you 2 fight or something.
Dude, me and Tai 2 fight about everything. But yeah, you can't always make use of them though, that's the thing. They're good to have though. Like if I see a Spire, even if there's no mutalist threat, I get +1 and 3 Corsairs, but then I just sit on that. Unless I want to go for a heavy Corsair play, but in general I don't. But it's always good to have a few, I guess, for anti-air if there is a Spire, but I try and not play Corsair too much lately, especially unless it's like turn rate 24, because you can't really micro them. Unless it's like land latency. Unfortunately. Like you can't kill Scourge really.
Yeah.
But whatever. But yeah. Thanks for having me, Strom.
all right. Thank you so much for doing this class. I think it was very productive for all the students and also the audience. I thought you did a really, really good job. Thank you for putting so much time into it.
Thank you.
If you guys have any feedback on the masterclass format, you can go ahead and message me on Discord. I'll answer all my DMs and make sure that I can try and improve the formats for future classes. Be sure to tune in tomorrow if you're one of these CPL people. We have an Apocalypse match at 2 p.m. EDT on Lee Stream, which is going to be a PvZ between Ben Elton and Art of Turtle. And then we also have Match of the Week tomorrow at 6 p.m. EDT with Sat Zero on the Coach Pupil League Twitch. We also have another masterclass exactly like this one on Monday with Hawk. So it's going to be a Zerg masterclass. I think that's going to be great. We have Return and Keen and George playing in that class, and it's going to be at 8:30 p.m. EDT on the Coach Pupil League Twitch as well, streamed by Sat Zero for us because Hawk can't stream. So yeah, I hope to see you guys around at those events. And yeah, just again, thank you so much, Models, for doing this class and for hosting us on your stream. Anyone who's from CPL, if you haven't given Models a follow, be sure to follow him and stay tuned to his stream, because I know you do other streams as well, right?
What do you mean?
You stream ladder, don't you?
Yeah, 100%. Maybe I'll stream some ladder tomorrow, honestly.
Yeah, so if you have like,
we can see some yeah, and I can try and do more streams too, where maybe more engagement in terms of like trying to do a build order someone asks to do or something like that, have a little fun with it. But in general, I stream some ladder stuff.
Yeah, so check him out, guys. This is a top tier NA Protoss player, and you guys should definitely be following him and learning from him, as I think he has proved today.
Oh yeah, now we're gonna host Ginny TTY because she's the freaking coolest streamer in the world. If everyone's good with that. Shad, you can watch the replay after. I'll try and upload this to YouTube like within a day or so as well.
Yeah, and we'll put it on the CPL YouTube as well if you're okay with that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll stream some ladder or something tomorrow, I guess. I just hate streaming Brood War because I feel like it lags a little bit more, but it's all good. It's all good. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'm going to pass you on to Ginny because she's, like I said, the coolest streamer ever. Ginny, we're coming.
A big help. Phelps, guy across the street. I've seen him before. He likes fire.
Eh?
Hurry, you can still catch him.
He likes fire, so we're just